And I would want to start by requesting Lay Canon Edwin Wabimpa to give us a word of prayer.
Yeah, let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Heavenly God, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you that you have made us see this day. We thank you that you proudly made us through this school, Mbarara High School, which school nurtured us and made us what we are. We pray for our young brothers who are still continuing with education. We pray, God, that you give them wisdom so that when they mature and get out of this school, they are able to serve you. We pray for our chairperson. We pray for our members who are coming to be with us. We pray that through this meeting, we come out with fruitful ideas that do not only glorify the school, but also your name. We pray all this through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord.
Yeah, thanks very much, Edwin. So we are going to start our meeting. Let me first of all recognize the presence of our school administrators. Our head teacher was here, but because we are starting late, he had to go and first start off another meeting of the parents who are visiting their children, which I think is also an important activity. But our deputy is here with us, so we are able to proceed. At least we know we are safe with our hosts in place. Just before we proceed with the business, let me invite our secretary to take us through the agenda for consideration and approval.
Thank you, Chairman. I believe that most of us have the agenda already, but we have physical copies that we have distributed. I'll just run through it very fast. Gentlemen, we have seats around the table, so you could come and take the seats so that we are together. Through you, Chair, the agenda is as follows. We are to have a communication from the Chair. We are to have remarks from the headmaster. We'll have the laying on the floor of governance instruments. We'll have the progress reports on ongoing initiatives. We will have consideration and approval of the annual financial statements, the consideration and confirmation of the annual budget for 2026, and the presentation and discussion on school academic performance. Chair, that is our agenda for the day, as presented prior to this meeting, and it is a proposed agenda for consideration.
Thanks very much, Peter. Just before I call for any contributions, we will just make adjustments on the papers to be laid on the table. We shared a developed checklist yesterday at the chat room. So for now, you will disregard 2, 3, and 5, the personnel policies and procedures manual, the financial policies and procedures manual, and then the redeemable points rewards program. These have not been completed yet, so we'll not be laying them on the table, but the rest of the list has been shared with you. So let me receive any comments or suggestions or questions, clarifications about the agenda before we adopt it for the meeting. And I would want to encourage our colleague who is seated at the back to join us around the table. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Any questions or comments or clarifications? If there are no comments or clarification, we'll consider the agenda adopted as presented with those modifications on the instruments. want to be sure that we have someone who is dealing with our online audience. If there are comments coming from our online audience, please make sure that they are brought to the chair in real time so that we get our members participating in the meeting. So we'll proceed now to communication from the chair. And my communication really is very simple. First of all, to welcome each one of you to this meeting. Both those of you who are available here physically at Mbarara High School, but also our online audience that are participating via our Zoom platform. I think that's the YouTube platform. So I welcome you to this annual general meeting. We have called this the second annual general meeting following the one of 2025, mainly because we don't have records of the previous meetings. So we basically said we needed to start systematizing the recording or the documentation of these meetings, and we can only be able to do that with the meetings that we have the record. Secondly, as we discussed, you remember we discussed extensively during the discussion on the memorandum and articles of association. We discussed the issue of timekeeping, and we agreed that Mbarara High School Old Boys Association, if it's going to be known for anything else, one of those most important things is going to be about respecting time. And therefore, I first of all have to express my disappointment that an association of more than 400 subscribers and more than 1,000 people, alumni who are already on our Connect chat rooms, we couldn't raise 20 members to start on time. I think for me that's a really disappointment, and I am hoping that we can reflect back and say maybe this should be the last time something like this is happening, because time is the biggest resource that we have, and therefore we have to be able to productively and efficiently use every single minute that we have and we put into the association. Thirdly, our team was elected to take over the leadership of the association in March of 2025. And I want to take this opportunity, therefore, to recognize the members of the executive committee who are here, starting with our vice chairman, Deus Mukarazi. I think he's setting up a couple of things. At least Mukarazi was here to set us up, so he was one of the people who were here well before time. Our General Secretary, Peter Kahindi, if you can make yourself recognized. Yeah. Our Finance Secretary, that's the man called Jacob Kabigumera. He has a uniform of Mbarara High School, I think. Yeah. Jacob is our Finance Secretary. He was appointed Treasurer, but as we'll explain, we are trying to actually change some of those titles so that they can fit the kind of organization that we are trying to create. Our Publicity Secretary, Collins Mwesugwa. We have our cohort leaders, James Mugume, representing the cohort 1989. Lay Canon Edwin Babimpa, representing the cohort of the historicals from 2011 to 1979. Yeah, so those are our historicals. I think Diffas was here. Diffas represents the cohort of 2010, 2020, 2011, 2020. We should be having Bruce here Bruce Shave, who represents the cohort of 2010. And I think in future, we may need to ask the cohort leaders to introduce their members so that they can be embarrassed by absence of their members. I think that's what we may need to do in the future. Yeah, but essentially, so that's the team that leads the association today. And so basically, that is the team. And they are the ones going to be servicing us during the course of this meeting. Number 4, when we were elected in March last year, we committed to you that we are going to run an agenda-driven association. So in other words, we create an agenda that defines our program of work. We have a definitive, clearly defined program of work with the proper benchmarks and targets in terms of performance. And that's what we have done since the beginning, since we were elected in office. In the reports, the progress reports, the agenda that is coming later, we will be able to share with you the progress that has been accomplished up to this point. Finally, I really want to extend our sincere appreciation to the members, to all of you members and alumni who have really supported the association in many different ways. One, in terms of knowledge, when we have developed the instruments for our program of work, there are many of you who have, went into the documents and given us comments and provided all kinds of support in terms of intellectual content. There are those of you who have contributed money, both for the association in terms of its running, but also in terms of the activity that we are holding today, which includes this annual general meeting, but also the dinner that is coming in the evening. But essentially, I want to most sincerely extend our appreciation as the EXCOM, that your support and your engagement has been so instrumental in pushing us to be able to pursue our program of work, even with very, very limited resources that that are at our disposal as an association. So that kudos to you, all of you guys, those of you who are here, but also those members who are online. Today, we are having our annual general meeting. Between last April and today, there is a lot of work that has gone on by different groups. First of all, the EXCOM. Then secondly, the committees, the subcommittees that run our pillars. And I'll talk about the program later when we are going to talk about the progress report. So all these members have put in a lot of effort to be able to bring forth a number of important products that are guiding our work. Allow me basically take the exception to recognize the contribution made by our Vice Chairman, Deus Mukaras. Yeah, Deus has invested quite significantly in terms of really supporting the work of the association, because you remember that we don't have an active secretariat. So he has really been supportive of my efforts and his efforts to make sure that the program is running. So we were able to do a lot of documentation work. Some of the instruments that we are going to be sharing with you, they come from the efforts that we have put in together. And so by around September, we realized that we needed a full-time commitment from Deus to be able to support the work that we were doing. So we agreed as EXCOM to appoint him as our acting CEO or Chief Executive Officer, and we agreed with him that he would be able to give us 60% of his time, which we are supposed to pay for, and then 40% of his time is what he invests in as vice chairman. So we are trying to negotiate to be very prudent so that we can be able to tap into his volunteer time, which is that of the vice chairman, but then we need his full-time presence to be able to support this work, and he has been able to do this, even, by the way, when we have failed to pay him, because sometimes we fail to pay, and we have to carry forward some of those areas, but Deus is able to commit to do this work. I think in a special way, I would also want to recognize Collins Mwesgwa, because, again, of the exceptional work that he has put in, especially in our production of the Bulls Empire magazine. If you can share with me that copy. So when you see this magazine is going to be passed around, you can have a look. This is our first production, the Bulls Empire magazine. I can guarantee you that without Colin's commitment, there is no way we would have had this product at this time. So Collins, I want to, on behalf of the members, to really thank you very much for that input, because Collins managed both the content, that's the intellectual content, but also the production process, and therefore we are able to produce this magazine in time for this meeting. So I would want to appreciate that as well. In absentia, I would want to recognize Bruce Tushabe. Bruce Tushabe. The man has arrived, eh? Yeah. So Bruce Tushabe, I'm recognizing Bruce Tushabe, and I'm recognizing these people not because all of us have not done very important work, but these guys have done exceptional work from where I stand as chairman. This is not a decision of the committee to recognize these people. That's my decision as chairman because of the support I get from these people. So Bruce Tushabe has been very instrumental in almost doing quality control of all the products that we have been producing. But most importantly, one of our major projects, which is called the Tech Hubs Uganda Initiative, which is a project that has gotten traction, and we are getting people to invest in this project. So Bruce was able to come in and provide the technical leadership on the project, do the quality control, but he also does quality control of the other products. So if there are any of the documents that you see that they are substandard, he is basically responsible. Yeah, because we are crediting him because I think we have not produced any product that is not of quality, and I should mention that some of the instruments that we have said we are not presenting, it's because they have not met our quality. So Bruce, thank you very much for that input. And finally, I would also recognize Richard Baguma. Richard Baguma Tinka Simre. Richard Baguma is not a member of the EXCOM, but he has been very instrumental in building our networks, especially around the Tech Hubs Uganda initiative. So he's the one who has been more taking leadership in trying in finding some of those partners that we need to be able to get this kind of work that we are doing done. And finally, our general secretary, the general secretary, I think I must recognize him for the first time when Peter was appointed. We started getting our minutes within 24 hours of the meeting. So you can be sure that in the next 24 hours after midnight tonight, you should be getting the minutes of the AGM. So if you disappoint us, that's going to be your problem, Peter. May I have reported you to the members because of the incredible work that Peter does. Because you may recall the members who were there in March last year that we had a different general secretary who was appointed, but because of time commitments and since he was not able to produce those minutes in time and do a couple of other things, he had to take leave, and we invited. We were able to elect Peter or appoint Peter as the Secretary General. So, in brief, that's my communication. The substantive work that has been done is a collective effort. All the members of the executive committee have really played a significant role, both in terms of attending meetings. I can assure you that as EXCOM, we are still having a lot of meetings because we are still really managing the program of work. So our members have been very committed in terms of attending meetings. Many of them are physical, so that's not something very easy. So I want to recognize each one of you as members of the EXCOM, but also in terms of providing input to the intellectual products that we generate that are the foundations of this organization. So on that note, I would want to end here and invite comments and reactions to my communication before we invite the headmaster to talk to us. Yeah. So if you want to make any comment or you want to ask any questions or clarification, please feel free to raise your hand and you will be recognized to make that input. Thank you very much, members, for listening to me. And our online audience, please feel free to be able to put your comments in the chats because we'll be bringing those comments to the chair so that they are also recognized and become part of the discussion. So, over to you, members. Maybe I should apologize for the setup of these memorabilia. Next time, we will make sure that these are set up before the meeting, and if they are not, we will not allow them in the meeting. Yeah. Yeah, because I think they can just be a disruption. Yeah. Okay. Over to you, members. So I want to assume that I have been clear enough so we can be able to proceed. Maybe let me add, since you've donated this time to me, let me add a couple of things that just for us to pay attention to. Over the course of the last almost a year now, we have basically focused a lot on organizing the membership of the association. And the way we have done this is to follow the constitution, but also the entire alumni. So what you will see is that we have the alumni, we have the association, which is an association of subscribers. That is called MOBA. This is, you remember that in October, I think that was October, we changed we amended our memorandum and articles to be able to to remove the requirement for payment of subscription, of membership fee. We used to have a membership fee of 20,000 shillings. And after a lot of discussions, we all agreed that we are all members of Mbarara High School, alumni, so paying a membership does not make sense. So we had to eliminate that requirement and only retained the subscription fee payment. The subscription fee is what we use to be able to run our operation. That's one of the sources of revenues that help us to run the association. So all you are required to do is to pay 70,000 shillings as your annual subscription. And because we are organizing all our data that we inherited from the previous leadership, we had a lot of incomplete data, including on the payments. And therefore we said we are going to use 2025 as the best year for subscription payments. So those who were members in 2025, they have to be able to complete their subscription for 2025. Then those who are newcomers, they have to be able to pay their subscription 2026. So if you are a member of in last year 2025 and you haven't paid your subscription, there is a requirement that you honor that obligation of paying subscription to have your record clear. But for every member of the association, the old ones and the new ones, we are paying our subscription for 2026. And because we know that from that point, all your record is going to be made very clear. So that's about the subscription. In the database, and I am hoping that those of you who have not registered, you can now register if you have not registered in the database. In the database is open for registration for all the members of the alumni. So in other words, every member is called upon to register. When you register, alumni members who are not subscribers are denoted by the 4 X's. So if you log into the system and you find that your member number has XXXX, it means that you are an alumni who is not a subscriber to the association. The moment you pay your subscription and the payment is recorded, the XXXX is repressed by MOBA. And this is an automatic system. So the moment your entry of 70,000 is done, if there are some of you who have registered and you have not paid, if you go online and pay now, you will be able to see that your membership, your subscription status has changed from XXX to MOBA. So that's how we identify alumni who are subscribers to the association and those who are honorary alumni. What we've done so far is to make sure that the association MOBA, our program of work is to build a strong alumni association. So that's why our activities include all the members. So for MOBA, we are saying this is a group of alumni who have committed themselves to be able to provide funding and time and commitment to build a strong association of Mbarara High School Old Boys Association. So that's really the only difference. Just to emphasize that the only difference is that if you are a subscriber, you are basically expressing that commitment that we are going to work together to make sure that Mbarara High School Old Boys Association is at the top, because that's really our mission now. Like Dr. Bitecherizo put it at the time of when we were elected, Chapa must dominate. And the only way you can dominate is to make sure that you are running programs that are frontier programs, you are organized, and you are able to build the kinds of partnerships that we are building. So that's really about the subscription, and because I think we probably will be talking about this throughout the meeting. So I think let me pause there again and see if there are any comments or questions or points of clarification that members may have. The last person I need to introduce is this member called Juliet. Juliet Chindiha Mutima. Juliet is an associate member of the association, but we also have asked her to help at the secretariat, mainly doing business development work, because we have a lot of business that we are designing, and we've been convinced that she has the skills to be able to enable us to be able to do the financial models that we need to do for these businesses. So we are actually still discussing with her on the terms of engagement, but she's going to be you're going to see her a lot. Probably she's going to be engaging most of you. But by good luck, we found that this Juliet is a Katama. So which is, for us, it works for us very well. So you can be sure that Maryhill Old Girls Association is fully represented in this meeting. Juliet is a graduate of electrical engineering, and she is people who contest and fail, are they described as failed candidates? Or those who are not declared? Yeah, she contested for MP woman representative for Ruhama. Oh, for MP for Tungamo. But she was not declared winner. Someone else was declared there. So Juliet, you're most welcome. So she's here to support our secretariat operations here. Okay, so once again, let me pause here and see if there are any quick comments. Richard, I recognized you in your absentia for the tremendous work you continue doing for us in terms of building those partnerships, because we have to blackmail you so that you continue doing this even when we don't pay. Yeah, but we are very grateful for your efforts. Yeah. Again, let me remind our team that is managing the online audience, if there are any comments or questions that are coming from online, let's be able to deal with them in real time. Yeah. So that seems that we are clear enough. I want now to shift to so we'll just postpone the agenda for the headmaster to talk to us, and we go to the item on the laying of the floor of the governance instruments. Governance instruments. So the purpose of this laying on table is, one, to make sure that we bring to your attention this variety of resources that have been developed to be able to run the association. Because essentially, if we don't run the association this way and make sure that everything is recorded, then we don't build the foundations for the association. So the purpose is to introduce these instruments to you. Many of them were shared yesterday, but I'm hoping that members have been able to look at them. They are available online on the website at moba.org. And the second purpose is to make sure that they are then recorded as part of the decisions of our annual general meeting, because most of these have been recorded and passed online through our various meetings, through our various discussions. But thirdly, is to be able to give members an opportunity in case there is any guidance that members would want to provide, or there is any clarification that is required, or any proposals for future improvements. We will not be debating them to change anything now. If there is any proposal that we can get from you, then we record it so that when we make adjustments, then we can be able to capture those adjustments. So that's the purpose why we said we need to bring them into this meeting. And so I want to start with the laying on table of MOBA memats. That's the Memorandum and Articles of Association of Mbarara High School Old Boys Association. In our digital resource center, it's recorded as document number 30. And that is accessible online. Let me pause there and see if anybody has read through the minutes at the memats. If there's anything that captured your eyes and you want to bring it to our attention in terms of comments or clarification or any future proposed amendment. That's the Memorandum and Articles of Association. Yes, Richard. Yeah, I like the way you have interpreted it accurately.
I am told that I must put it on record and it has to be on the microphone. So sorry, Mr. Chairman. Is the microphone on now? It tells me it's on here. Okay. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just was seeking for clarification, sir, on the issue of quorum, because it looks like when there is a delay like there was today, after half an hour or so, then even if there's one person in the room, the AGM can go on. I just want to be clarified on that. Thank you.
Yeah, so the rules regarding quorum are found in Article 23 of the Memorandum of the Articles of Association. That is under actually under Article 6, which deals with the organs of the association. Article 6, Clause 23, deals with the general meetings. And paragraph 23.5 basically says Mbarara High School Old Boys Association shall be a time-conscious association, and therefore it shall be mandatory practice for all general meetings of the association to start on time. Paragraph 23.51, the minimum number of members required for a general meeting to commence shall not be less than 20 members recorded in the attendance register at the time of commencement of the meeting. Number 2, any record of the members present at the general meeting shall include both members physically present or attending virtually. Number 3, where in any exceptional circumstances the minimum number of members required to commence a meeting is not available at the time appointed for the meeting, the chairman shall have the discretion to extend the time for the commencement of the meeting for not more than 30 minutes beyond the time appointed for the meeting. And 23.6, the general meeting may adopt such a rules or impose such a penalties or provide any possible facilitation as may be necessary to ensure that members of the association attend the general meetings and respect the rules regarding timekeeping at all meetings or events organized by the association. So those are the rules regarding quorum. The only incentive that the EXCOM could think about, where we thought we had the discretion to put the rule, is that we made a provision. I think it's 500 points. So the members who were here at the start of the meeting are entitled to 500 points. They are called reward points. I should mention that those points we have not determined what they are going to be used for. No, you can tell us. You can tell us. But to be honest, we would want to encourage members to be able to earn those points. So if you were not here at 10, you basically have missed some very good points. But essentially the idea is that the general meeting, even the meeting here now, can give us proposals on what do we need to do to make sure that when we say the meeting starts at 10, it starts at 10. Because even this extension of 30 minutes was negotiated very hard. Because members were like, hey, you want only 2 people to attend the general meeting? We said, we were arguing and said no, but everybody was invited for 10. Why do you want to penalize the 2 people who arrived on time in favor of the ones who came late? So that's basically, so we settled down on the extension of 30 minutes, and therefore we don't have any room to extend beyond 30 minutes if we fail to start at the appointed time. Yeah. Okay? I hope that's clear. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Richard, for that.
Thank you. Is it? Thank you, Chair. There is a comment on YouTube. Bagombeka, I think that is the bull's name. He's asking, when does subscription run? Does it run in the calendar year or from March, when the XCOM was installed? Then on the Google Meet, Agaba Collins is asking that he paid, but the portal is not yet updated. Then Andrew, also on the Google Meet, he's saying that he sees a lot of effort in improving the systems and governance structures amidst the limited resources. So he asks, what are the short-term priorities that can be done to show the simple things that can quickly be achieved to show some progress. He also asks what can be done to increase the membership. Why aren't members paying compared to other old students associations?
Okay. So the first point about subscription, we basically, when we adopted the memorandum and articles, we changed the rules regarding the financial year, and now our financial year is a calendar year. So subscription runs from January to December. But I need to see, DM, if you can check where, or Collins, or the secretary, where we have the decisions of the amendment of the MEMATs. Because I think it's important for members to pick this. Okay, so as we said in, I think this was December, December 14th, that's when we discussed and the question of membership, or the original idea of having membership of 20,000. And as members, we put a proposal before the extraordinary general meeting to remove the requirement for the 20,000 membership, and basically made everything subscription. So we are able to, we reached that agreement, and this is, that's in the documents that are provided for the meeting that are supposed to be laid on the table. We have, it's document 53, first amendment to MOBA MEMATS 2025. In that amendment, we basically said the membership of the association shall be by way of payment of an annual subscription fee, as from time to time be determined by the annual general meeting by ordinary resolution. Annual subscription fees shall be 70,000 shillings effective financial year 2026 until otherwise modified by the annual general meeting. That means that for 2025, if you are a member, if you are a subscriber, you will only be paying 50,000, because that was the subscription for 2025. Paragraph 4, a member who shall not have paid annual subscription fee by March 31st shall have the opportunity to pay such a subscription by June 30th of the calendar year, provided that such a member shall pay a penalty of 30% of the applicable subscription fee. So essentially, any of the members who has not paid subscription by 30th of March, we will expect that you are going to be paying a penalty of 30%. And that modification is mandatory for sure. So really, and because we have said to build an association that is credible, we have to create rules which we create ourselves, and we have to respect them. And I hope that members, all of you, consider this important. Paragraph 5, if for any reason a member of the association fails to remit the subscription fees beyond the prescribed penalty period of June 30th of the calendar year, such a member shall pay a penalty of 100,000 shillings, provided that such a penalty shall be paid before the end of the calendar year for which such a subscription is due. So in other words, if you go up to June 30th and you've not paid the subscription with the penalty, then you have to pay the subscription with a penalty of 100,000 shillings. And I know that some people have said this could be a disincentive for people not to pay their subscription. I think from the EXCOM side, we believe that we should have members who actually follow the rules they have set themselves, rather than having members who do not follow the rules, because that creates a cost on our part. Paragraph 6, any person who was an alumni of Mbarara High School as at January 1, 2026, who does not become a subscribing member of MOBA during the 2026 base year shall pay an additional 50,000 shillings on top of the regular subscription fee for each year such an alumnus is not a subscriber. And this is for us important. So we said we have, if you look at our Connect chat rooms, we have there over 1,200 alumni members. But right now, the subscribing members are only, they are now about 480. I think we are around in the range of 480. So we have many OBs. But actually, we are told that in the ecosystem, and we'll be asking the administration to help us on this, in the ecosystem, we could be more than 10,000 alumni. So we've basically, when we met, the members said, no, we cannot continue on a business as usual basis. I also want to inform you members that the association is investing a lot. The little money that you are giving us in terms of subscription, we are adding there too much time to be able to build a very serious foundation for the association. We are building businesses, and people are paying for that. So the idea is that if you are already an alumni and you are not a subscriber, should we let you, once the association has built this business, after 5 years, you see that, I think I can benefit from this association. Should we let you just come and join? No, we are saying no. Let's give everybody this year, 2026. Let's give everybody this year and to become a subscriber so that we all move together. And that's why we are saying, if you choose not to start subscribing this year, for every year you stay out, when you choose to come, then you should add 50,000 shillings per year. That was what you decided in that meeting. Then paragraph 8 of that decision is to give the EXCOM discretion to exempt that requirement. Just in case there's something that you can come and explain that I couldn't sign up because of these reasons. So it basically says the executive committee may, at its discretion, exempt any alumni affected by the operation of paragraph 5 and 6 herein above, if it is satisfied that special circumstances exist that may have inhibited such a alumni from complying with the base year subscription payment requirement as set out in this resolution and the articles of association as amended by this resolution. So that is an exemption. So you have to prove that there were there were exceptional circumstances. I think we can even call this Mukara's resolution because he's the one who really argued for this. So essentially, this is what we have done as far as subscription is concerned, and I want so I hope that that answers that question. I don't know if the member has followed up on that, but let me pause there and see if there are again any quick comments or if there is any member of the yeah. No, I wanted just to conclude on the subscription because then we will not go back when we lay this decision. So I just pause there. Strictly, if there is any comment on subscription, even from the member of the ExCom, if there's something I've left out. So let me pause there for any comment. Reverend, you're most welcome. Yeah. Any comment on the subscription?
Thank you, Chairman. I think the person who asked had also posed a question which may not be for you only about the reluctance to see members subscribing. I don't know how you want. That's another one. Okay.
Another one. Yeah. So there are a couple of other questions that came in. The comments that came in. The questions. When does oh no, that's what we've just answered. So right now we are doing subscription for 2026. Yes, Bruce.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Mine is to just say that we have QR codes. So in case you have not registered, please see me so that I give you the QR code and then you scan. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Bruce. So then, so Bill's brought to us attention that his account hasn't been updated. In terms of the updates, there are two ways of updating. One is that if you use the web-based payment system at moba.org, that transaction is updated automatically. That is if you pay online. If you pay to the bank, either you pay cash or you pay by mobile money to bank or any other or mobile or money they call bank agents or bank agents. If you make that payment, then we do the update manually. So what this would mean is that we haven't reconciled the bills payment, but that should be done anytime and it will be cleared. And as I said, until it is cleared, Bill's account may be reading XXXX. Oh, it's Agaba Collins. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Agaba Collins. Sorry. Oh, okay. All right. So we'll update the system so that those members who have subscribed are able to, their accounts are able to be in good standing. Yeah. And those of you who can, please get acquainted with paying via the web-based payment system, because it reduces on our burden of updating. But either way, we'll be able to do it. The last point was on the short-term priorities. What can be done, also what can be done to increase membership. First of all, on the priorities, as ExCom, we have set a work program. It is contained in the action notes that have been shared with you, which we are laying on the table again today. So really, those action notes explain, as we'll show, explain what we want, what we think we should do in each of the areas we've set ourselves. In each of those areas, there are short-term, there are medium-term, and there are long-term activities or priorities. As ExCom, I don't think that we have the luxury of starting with the short-term priorities. No, as an executive committee, our focus is on how do we implement this work program to be able to build a solid, credible, and strong association. So in this program of work, there are so many things we've done in terms of the priorities. So some of the papers we are laying down here are really like short-term priorities. So in other words, developing a program of work would be a short-term priority, and we're able to do it in the first 3 or 4 months of the association. We were able to open bank accounts. We were able to incorporate the association. So all these are short-term priorities, but we remain, our eyes remain focused on the medium to the long term. So so basically, I would say that what we go through today should give us a sense of where what the short-term priorities are, what the medium-term priorities are, and what are the long-term priorities are. And probably by the end of the day, we should have a consensus on that. What can we do to increase membership? As I have mentioned, membership is in 2 forms. It is registering as an alumni, registering in the database, because that's how we are able to reach everybody. The work of the association is to reach everybody who is in the database. So in other words, our colleague who asked, and each one of us who asked, how do we increase our membership? If you have any of your cohort leaders, any of the members that you are with at your workplace, please encourage them to register on the digital platform, because that's the only way we can reach our members. So that's number 1. Number 2 is encouraging us to be subscribers, because as I've said, subscription is one way of financing our activities. So with an association that has probably maybe 10,000 alumni, when Deputy Headmaster, I'm sure we may be having more than 10,000 alumni. A school that started in 2011, 1911, we must be having more than 10,000 alumni. Now, just imagine if all 10,000 alumni were able to give us 70,000 shillings. Those who do the math, probably that would be about 700 million, isn't it? Yeah, that would give us 700 million. As you'll see from our budget, the money that we need to run our operations this year is about 280 million. So in other words, we would even be carrying forward money to invest. So, how we encourage our membership is encourage each one of us to be able to subscribe. 70,000 shillings is if you went fasting, just for 2 days, you decided not to eat lunch, you would pay your subscription. Yeah? 35. No, I eat more. I know Juliet eats less than 35. But so in other words, if you fast for a week, you will be able to fulfill your spiritual demands, and then the requirement to subscribe. So, yeah, but this is on a lighter note, that 70,000 subscription is really the least you can do to be able to support the work of the association. So let's each one of us encourage each other to be able to subscribe. We raise money to run the operations of the association, and because I can tell you that these guys whom you gave their job of running the association as EXCOM, they are really incurring unimaginable costs in terms of time, in terms of money, in terms of commitment. Yeah, so when you do the 70,000, you have really basically mitigated the cost. It doesn't meet the full cost, but that's a mitigation. So I think those are the comments that came in. I want to announce that we will not be breaking for tea. We are going to have a working tea. So when you feel like, and I'm told the tea I think is ready. So when you feel like grabbing a cup of tea, please feel free to get there, grab a cup of tea or coffee, so that we can continue our business, because we are going to try and conclude this within the prescribed time. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Mayanja Bernard is my name. I was trying to look at what, I'm not sure what is making members not subscribe. And I think the best way is to get a survey, to do a survey. I'm just mentioning out of thinking. We have to understand in proportion terms what could be the problem for us to localize our actions. What is this that is making members not subscribe? The issue of Mbarara High School as a school, but also as the alumni, is not a new issue in Uganda, not even beyond borders. People know the school is known. The school has so many alumni in different categories of their lives, but also positions. But what is it that is stopping us from doing timely, leave alone timely, but there's subscription? Chair, personally, I've been following up on the digital engagement. I rarely respond, but I appreciate the time invested by the EXCO members. This is, we could clap for them. I sometimes ask, how gifted is General Mukarazi? How gifted is James Mugume? How gifted is the chair? These are things when you sit and start saying, these people must be gifted, because they have other things to do. I don't want to be lengthy anyway in this case. I wanted to suggest actions moving forward on increasing membership. One is we could have a strategy that is designed, that describes protocols and processes, how we can approach interesting members on increasing membership. The strategy. Deliberately, we invest time, we have it discussed, and we follow a logical pattern and have it as what guides us in increasing membership. And it will describe processes. One of them is a survey. You are an alumni, but what is this that is making you not participate in the alumni activities? We would get answers. Two, it could also describe an approach where we can, when people get out and become alumni, we are going to register in a database, but we can utilize that data to map, to regionalize. We can map per district, get district members, and identify focus points of people that can reach out to those members in that localized area and interest them to be members. I don't want to speak beyond this chair, but just to say, part of the entry point is us to discuss, or rather to develop a strategy on how we want to increase membership. Out here, there is interest. I have 3 people I work with. They are alumni of Mbarara High School, but they seem to have a bit of inertia and are not moving forward to be active members. Chair, I submit, but I thank your efforts. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think we'll take that comment of needing to do the strategy. So I want to move on and invite comments on the action notes. But actually, these ones we have already discussed them. So this is a program of work. The 4 action notes, just to mention that there are 4 program areas of work. Our work program is organized around 4 things. One is institutional strengthening of the association. So we are basically investing in making sure that the association is strong, because our philosophy, come study here, perform very well, they excel, they basically compete at the frontiers of academic performance, of sports performance, and other co-curricular activities. Pillar number 3 is what we call collective investments and business networking. We basically said that we are a good number of people. We are in thousands. So you can't have this kind of asset. As alumni, we are an asset. So we can be able to do business together, support each other, and make sure that we do businesses that succeed. So that's pillar number 4, pillar number 3. Pillar number 4 is what we call networking and collegiality. Pillar number 4 is the one that supports ourselves. We need to be there for each other. And as we go along the program, we'll be able to describe some of the activities that are going on under each of these pillars. But I want to invite you to make sure that if you have any comments, please make sure that you jot them down and pass them on to the Secretariat so that we can be able to take care of them. Let's listen from the online audience.
Maybe Bagombeka is asking whether the documents being presented have been ratified or it is what will be done in the meeting. And also he's yet to hear of any historical work that was inherited, if any, from the previous leadership. Then the others are compliments from Robert Tusime, and then Richard Businja was asking whether he can pay advance, and yes, you can.
Just clarify to Bagombeka, these documents were approved by the general meeting, either via online or through the meetings that we have had. We've had so far 2 extraordinary meetings. So these documents were approved. So they are working documents. We are only laying them here so that they become part of the record of the annual general meeting. So they are not really for discussion. As I said, we can receive comments. We can receive proposals for further improving them, but we are not debating them for adoption. They are just for taking note and making them part of the record of the general meeting. I hope that's clear. Inherited work, I must say that, we inherited work. I believe we inherited incredible work that was done by Dr. Bitecherezo and the team. They handed over to us a going concern, an association, and we agreed from the word go that we'll transform the association into a company limited by guarantee, and we've done all the registration. Some of the work you'll hear in terms of the history, you'll hear the work of Rebuild Addis, that was done by the OBs. That's work that we are working to conclude. So there is a lot of work that we inherited, but I think what we've done since we were elected is to try to systematize all these operations and make sure that there is a proper documentation of this work. So a lot of documentation work that is going on, so you'll see them. You'll see it from these documents that we are laying here, but also like the financial statements that we are presenting at this meeting. So in terms of the payment of subscription, you can pay subscription in advance, but there is also a provision under the MEMATs for you to pay life subscription, which is 1.5 million shillings. That if you pay 1.5 million shillings, the issues of subscription, you forget about them. That I think the advantage there is that even if the members decided to increase the subscription, it doesn't affect you because you'll be a life subscriber. So that's one provision that is there. Please allow me to proceed to the other document for record. That is the instrument for the election, appointment, and election of MOBA elections and accountability subcommittee. That instrument is in the database. It is under reference document 46. It's an instrument to get us to elect a subcommittee. We did this. It was approved. We invited for nominations for people who wanted to be on the committee. Nobody showed up. And because we had made a provision that once we don't elect the subcommittee, then the EXCOM manages the process of elections. So, in fact, we started by the EXCOM is the one which managed the elections of the new the new finance secretary and the new general secretary. So, but otherwise it should have been done by the committee. And please look through that instrument. I think as Bwana Mayanja said, we should also find out how do we make sure that we get people interested in serving this association. Because our term of office, and I think this is probably an important point to lay out, the term of office of the executive committee of the current EXCOM ends on the 30th of March 2027. So over the course of the year, we are going to be managing the process of organizing elections for the new EXCOM. Again, we are likely to be calling for members who can contest to be members of the committee. And I think for the record, we should also still say if nobody shows up to serve on this committee, then it means that members have given the executive committee the discretion to be able to manage the elections. Because a part of our job is to make sure that there is no gap in terms of the way we do business. And so if you choose to trust us, we can basically elect ourselves and say you gave us the discretion. but really this is just to encourage you to say, members, when we invite and say let's have this committee constituted, we really want to invite you, all of us. You come and we manage this thing together. We all sacrifice together and build a credible association. The next document is the guidance note for legacy leaders and student body groups. Again, under pillar number 2, we agreed that one of the major support system we can provide is to invest in supporting the young bulls in terms of their performance. This was basically motivated by the fact that every year, when the results come out, we all go up in arms. We put Hammer and team in the firing line. And we said, no, as OBs, we should also take part responsibility in making sure that these bulls perform well. So we thought of this idea and said, let's work with the school administration. We group these bulls in what we call body groups. We've proposed body groups of between 20 to 25. And then we assign alumni who are interested to support these bulls and make sure that we support the school, we support the administration, and make sure that we produce the grades we want, we produce the discipline we want. We want to make sure that if there is any problem that the head teacher and the school faces with a student, then we look for this student was in whose body group. Then we can know that this one didn't do a good job. But basically, that's the idea that of the body groups. We are supposed to launch this program today at 3 p.m. The school is going to be, has organized for us a general assembly where we explain to the students these body groups. Again, I want to emphasize, Mukaras has been on the chat rooms emphasizing, said, please volunteer. And it is a nightmare to get people to volunteer. I think we have, how many legacy leaders we have now? We have less than 40. And I think we have about 40 groups that we need to start with. So again, we want to invite you members to be able to review the notes, see what we are planning to do, and please come forward to volunteer. In the next set of documents, you have a number of documents. These are task descriptions for publicity secretary, general secretary, and finance secretary. These are the ones we've done so far. We are going to be doing for other offices. What we've done here is to basically provide elaborate description of what is expected of each of these offices. we are trying to make sure that when you offer yourself to lead and under the EXCOM, you know what is expected of you. So those are the task descriptions. We are trying to encourage and say, if you are the secretary, if you are the general secretary, your job is not just to take notes or minutes. You are actually required to do more than that. If you are the publicity secretary, you are doing more than just running some adverts. If you are the finance secretary, you are not like people collect money, you keep. No, actually. So essentially what we are looking at as an association or the EXCOM, we are saying EXCOM members are thought leaders. They have to think, they have to innovate, they have to come up with ideas and programs on how the association can run. So that's what you see in those 3 documents that have been shared so far. Again, if you have any comments that you would think that we can add to load these members with some additional tasks, we would want to hear from you by giving us those comments. The next document that we would want to lay on table is document 51. This is the Tech Hubs Uganda initiative, where that's our investor pitch. This document, this is a project that we have designed to transform the landscape of this school once the school gives us the go-ahead and the support that we need. The idea is to build a world-class ICT skills training, learning, innovation, and product development hub at this school. We have developed a full proposal. That's one of the projects where our colleague Richard has been very helpful in working up some networks. He was able to identify a company called Katib Lab, based in the US. Those guys have done an incredible work, developed our concept of 10 pages into an 80-page proposal that basically has a complete description of what we would do. This proposal was presented to UCC. We have there an OB. Some of you may know him, James Veronda. We presented it. He presented it to UCC. They liked the idea. So I want to announce that UCC has committed up to 15 billion shillings to invest in this project over the next 4 to 5 years. So, but what UCC asked us to do is to expand this project to cover the whole of the country. So they asked us to identify 3 other schools or 3 other OBs associations where they can also provide space for us to develop this project. The requirement is that we need a minimum of 5 acres of land provided by the school to be able to do this project because of the size of the imagination that we have. So we have so far engaged Teso College for Eastern Uganda, Bishop Angelo Negri College, located in Gulu, for Northern Uganda, and Bugema Adventist College, located for Central Uganda. For Central Uganda, because of the size of the place, we are even thinking that we may be able to interest other donors to be able to include Nabisunsa, Nabisunsa Secondary, as part of this project. Because sometimes you have to deal with the politics. So Mbarara Highschool is an Anglican school. Bugema Adventist College, Adventist Secondary School is an Adventist school. Teso College is non-affiliated. Bishop Angelo Negri College is a Catholic founded school. So we said, if we could find a school that is Muslim based, but it also girls, it would be a good addition to the ecosystem. So that's why we've said, let's talk to Nabisunsa. So this one I'll just mention that one, we are talking to a number of potential donors. This is off record. We are engaging with Uganda Development Bank. The team there, they are really interested. They have basically said, give us a business case. So you guys, you OBs who know how to do financial modeling, please help us. Yeah? Because this is a big project. It needs a team that can model, do financial models for how you can run a training center like this and it makes money. Because the bank would be interested. But we need to design this and do it well. We've said for Mbarara Highschool, we have already put our request to the board for allocation of land for this project. It is, we are really, we are thinking something out of this world. This one I want to mention. And for the schools, we have told even the other OBs that for this project, we are not going to plead for land. The school has to make a decision whether this is something that creates value. It has to make the decision because we've said, if we don't get these schools in the timelines we've set, we have to look for other schools, but for Mbarara High School, because this is our place, if the school does not respond within the timeline, we should be able to go to Mbarara and look for land and be able to do this project. Because we have time. The money that has been allocated from UCC has timelines. The first 3 billion shillings have been included in the budget for 2026-2027. That money has to be spent or committed by the end of the actually December 2026. So you OBs, we are here to tell you that we need to be able, you need to advise us. Maybe that's the clarification I need to give. That the money from UCC, they have basically indicated to us that their money is for procurement of technology. Procurement and deployment of technology infrastructure. Their money cannot be used for construction. So we are looking at us as OBs to raise the money for construction, to talk to our partners to do that. So it's a huge challenge, but I think that we are too big to fail that kind of challenge. Yeah? So that's something that we need to talk about. But when this is done, and by the way, so this is again off record, we have already gotten a commitment that even MOBA and our company, Chapa Innovations, which we are going to talk about, we are free to participate in the procurement. Now we are the originators of the idea. Should another service provider come and beat us? So essentially, I am saying there is an opportunity here for us to be able to run this project and create an impact on our school, provide an experience for our children here, to be able to feel like they have a space that attracts people from the country. And maybe I should also mention that these hubs, they are not just for the schools. They are for the regions. So the whole of Western Uganda would be coming to Mbarara High School. That's why we designed this project this way, that when the school, during the holidays that children are at home, we are running courses, our dormitories are generating money for the school. That was part of the design. So that's why they are regional. So that's the Tech Hub initiative. Again, read through the concept and be able to ask questions. I think I would want to announce that we'll be inviting members who are interested in serving on a special committee for this project, because we need highly technical people in terms of technology, in terms of business, in terms of what else? Governance, we can deal with those ones. Technology, business. Okay. Mukaras is insisting there should also people who are qualified in governance. I don't know where you find them, but at least technology and business, we need them for us to be able to project for the future. I was hoping to complete this by midday, but I think we can still do that. The Solidarity Fund, we have a presentation on the Solidarity Fund, but just know that there is a note, there is a document that we have put in the documents that we are laying here. Mobile Solidarity Fund. That's the commencement of the Solidarity Fund. That Solidarity Fund is provided for under pillar number 4. So those of you who read the documents, pillar number 4, you'll see the Solidarity Fund, and we'll be presenting to you the progress, but take note of that decision on the commencement, and then the decision on the amendments. The second last document is the memorandum and articles of Chapa Innovations Limited. This is a company that we started. Again, I think it started in October. Chapa Innovation is already moving. We'll give you an update during the meeting, in the next part of the meeting. But essentially, I want to lay on the table the memorandum and articles of association of Chapa Innovations Limited. Once you go to the digital library, that document is recorded as document 54. Those are the memats of Chapa Innovations Limited. Please acquaint yourself with the memats. And the last document to lay on the table is the Bulls Empire magazine. So this one, you want to get yourself a copy, but I think I'll give, when we start the updates, we'll ask Collins to talk more about this, how you can get a copy. And but I think for me, who is supposed to be raising money for this project, I want to recognize our colleague Richard once again, who sponsored the publication of 15 copies. So Richard paid for the publication of the 15 copies which are here, and we are guarding them jealously, but this one will pass around so that you can have a feel. But I have asked at dinner, because Richard keeps on challenging us and say, you guys, how do you do this work? Where do you get the money? Can't we as OBs put in some money? So we have asked Richard at dinner to sell these 15 copies at 1 million shillings each. The editors are going to, they call it autobio something? Autography. Autograph. Yeah. The editors will autograph those copies for the 15 OBs who can sponsor us. So in other words, raise 15 million shillings that can support the work that we are doing. Because this man, I want to, again, this man, we need to have him fully. But sometimes we fail to meet his monthly stipend. And we feel we are being unfair, but the man is so committed to this work. So we have to find a way of raising some money to do it. So Richard, in other words, Richard and Collins, because Collins has been leading on this product, you guys need to help Richard and Collins raise for us 15 million shillings by buying these copies. But this will be done at dinner. But for now, you can have this copy and have the feel and see how an incredible work that Collins has put into organizing us to do this work. So these are the documents we wanted to lay on the table. I think you can see, Peter, you can see I have managed the time. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that this is done by 12 so that we can go to the next agenda. And maybe let me just 5 minutes if there is anybody who would want to say something on the documents that we've laid on the table. As I said, the purpose of laying them was to bring them to your attention, make them part of the record of the AGM, and where there are some comments like they have come through, you share them with us, and then we are able to use them to improve these knowledge products. Let me pause there. Just we can use just 5 minutes if there's anybody who wants to say something, and then we'll invite our headmaster to address
Chair, thank you. On Tech Hub, there are again, actions be followed up. And as members of the MOBA, we shall call upon the EXCOM to continue following up those engagements. One of them is timeline. The other one is cost share. Maybe the OBs may need to know the cost share cost. What's the element of the cost share? Out of the 3 billion, what are we talking about in terms of? Because you see, the issue here, if we had put up the infrastructure, it must be completed. Then the money for UCC that is procuring the technology must come and be housed in a complete project. Even when that is a cost share element, so we need to know what's the budget component of this. Fortunately, the head teacher is here. He will tell us the commitment. Maybe he cannot speak on behalf of the board, but he has some degree of information. The 5 acre is not a simple or hard, but we could get as members here, we could get what is in the offing, what is behind the cooking line. Chair, thank you.
Thanks very much, Bwana Mayanja. I think that's a very good comment. So, I think those of you who want to understand what we are talking about with the tech hubs, I would want you to visit. I think I'll give the website. There is a facility called, I think it's called Ideon Science Park in Sweden. That's our imagination of what we should be thinking about. Because most of the ICT, there are many ICT hubs, by the way. They are called ICT hubs. Many of them, they are really for more of awareness. Even when you get ICT training, it's more of awareness. We are designing a facility that does the basic awareness, but also does the learning, that supports innovation, but also has a product development program. So our high-end product of these hubs is going to be where a student has completed Bachelor's of Engineering and is coming here to be able to perfect the skills to do product development. I normally give the example of lawyers. The lawyers, you go at Makerere or any of the law schools, you do 4 years. After 4 years, you go to LDC. After 4 years, you go to LDC to become an advocate. So that's the kind of thinking that we have in mind. And I would mention that, by the way, I think that the guys, the OBs of Bishop Angelo Negri College, seem to have embraced the concept much faster. Because for them, they have said, actually, instead of 5 acres, they are negotiating for 10 acres. Because they said, no, well, for us, when we talked with the Archbishop, he said, okay, when are they coming? Yeah? And we said, no, we have to finish up a couple of things to manage the processes. So we have had our first partnership meeting. We are yet to revise the partnership MOU so that we have a signing of the MOU. I would also mention that to make the issue of land simple, we said for us as OBs, we don't need the land. It is the project that needs the land. So we don't need the land title. All we need is either the school or the board of governors, or sometimes because of Mbarara Highschool, for them they say sometimes the land belongs to the church. So, or the church to say, we have dedicated these 5 acres to this project and the land will be permanently available for the project. The title either remains in the name of the school or the church. Because all we need is to make sure that these people who are investing, when they come, we tell them this land is dedicated to this project. That's the idea. I should also mention that we've agreed with the partners that there will be a company which we are working on now that is going to run these facilities. because as OBs we can't run these things. So we are going to incorporate a company where we run these facilities. So as OBs, whatever money we raise, it is going to buy for us a stake in the company. So in other words, in future, we may not be looking for subscription to run the association if we run this very well. In fact, I can also announce that the team from Katib Lab came here in November. They came to visit. Chapa Innovations Limited, our company, is the one which paid for their tickets. So in other words, Chapa Innovations Limited is already an investor in this business. And because we are investing early, normally when you get a stake early, you actually have an advantage. So basically, those are some of the things we are doing. And that's why I'm saying that we need people who can volunteer to work on this project because it is a big project. Bwana Mayanja, the other point I should mention is that we actually don't know the cost. Right now, we are supposed to be working on that because there is a lot of financial modeling to be able to do, to be able to project the cost of each hub at each of the schools and then project the revenues. So that's the hard work that needs to be done. And we will really need volunteers. But where we are now, we don't want volunteers who want to come on and say, and you feel big that you are on this committee. Because the thing is very tough. It's very difficult. If you have that mentality, you can be disappointed because we overwork ourselves. These guys know. So when you choose to come and volunteer, just know that of all the things you are doing, because we are all doing many things, you have to create time for the volunteer task you have agreed to do. I think, allow me guys to move on. Bruce, you want to add? Bruce is one of the architects of this thing, so you add.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I hear your question. When we were presenting the proposal to UCC as well, because we had a proposal, but behind it we also had estimates, and I think that's where you are coming from, in terms of how do we see this project, how big should this project be. So we had subsections in terms of what we are looking at, from the project planning, the planning stage to infrastructure and equipment, and we actually had initially we had 27 billion for this project. For instance, a quick sneak peek is that for the physical infrastructure, we had looked at 12 billion. And for ICT infrastructure and equipment, we had looked at 8 billion. And then there was the training component of about 2 billion. There was personnel and quality assurance of about 2.5 billion. There was monitoring and evaluation. And there was also the project sustainability, which was about 250 million. So as you can see, we had some costing, but as the chair rightly put it, is that in terms of infrastructure, as we are working with the technical partners, the Katib Lab, is to look at what that will actually cost and how that looks like. And UCC is very clear; they have committed the funding, but it's going to equipment. So it's up to us to see what that equipment, and we are also going to have a phase of phasing out what that equipment looks like. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Bruce, for that addition. Yeah, so but this will keep you updated. And I think I also, for those of you who are here who are online, you realize that sometimes on mobile when we say, don't discuss other things, you can see that we have so many things to discuss there. Because if we bring other things, then we get our agenda lost. That's why we've said all the general discussions can remain on the Connect chat rooms, because there we have a bigger audience. So for MOBA, we make sure that we keep these on track. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, Patrick, if you can be brief, then we'll move on.
Sorry, I'm going to say something. I'm not sure whether it makes sense at this stage or not. But in regard to the cost,
Patrick is from my cohort, so he should start by apologizing to the members for coming late.
Yes,
I can bully you.
sorry, I have been in the other meeting of parents, so I apologize. I'm sorry. Yes, I was thinking that even when we make the cost in regarding to the construction of the infrastructure, I'm just suggesting if it can be broken, okay, we can have the overall grand cost, but let's break it into phases on which phase we can begin with, which we can handle. So we do it in what they call squarable ramps, eating food in squarable ramps. We begin with one phase, how much is it? Then next time we keep on building like that, because we may not hold it at once and manage. Okay, thank you.
No, you're absolutely right. We are going to break it down. That's why we are going to form that committee. It's going to be broken down in minute details. Right now we have our colleagues of Katib Lab. They are coordinating the architectural designs. Basically we said do the architectural designs. When they are done, then we'll ask our architects here and the engineers to look at them. But basically, I think that the initial plan is like for about 5 buildings. We can't be building 5 buildings at the same time. So we may be just starting with 1 or maybe 2. So there is a lot, nobody should fear the figure. Nobody should fear the figure. We are going to be able to face this properly. And I think just like from what Mr. Mayanja said, that even for the technology, that installation of technology will start once the building starts building. You are going to do piping work. That's still technology work. So you may find that you are still doing. You have the flexibility to be able to do the phasing. So that's what we are going to be working on. And but there is we have to be able to fast track the process. Let me also announce, because for the EXCOM they know, we need actually to raise $10,000 to pay our architects to complete the work. So any of you guys, any of the associations, because I know that members of the, some of the OBs, you have money that you are keeping in unit trusts. If you are a long-term planner and an investor, you can come up with $10,000 and we negotiate a stake for you in the company. If you are convinced that this business can make money. Because we are doing the training, we are investing in really, our program is like dealing with human capital transformation, but we've said we want it to run as a business, because that's the only way you can make it sustainable. And that's what UCC liked about our idea. So in other words, if any of you guys has, even if you are an individual or you are an investment club of the OBs and you think you can put aside $10,000, we would be happy to even start negotiating with you tomorrow on what stake would you take in the company that is going to run the tech hubs, because we believe that it's a credible investment opportunity, partly because the money that is coming from UCC is a grant. Where would you get a business that starts off with some 15 billion shillings in terms of business? So that's something I can again put on the table, just to inspire those of you who have some money to be able to commit for medium to long-term investments. I think allow me, members, to invite our headmaster to be able to talk to us briefly, so that we can and then we can move on to the next agenda item, which is about the updates. I'm still confident that we'll be able to do this meeting and complete by 1:30. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished old boys in attendance and those online. My colleague, Mr. Mutamanya, the technical team handling the communication systems. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be quite brief in the interest of time. And my communication is based on mainly 5 points, including those that have been raised here. But all I can say for the start, welcome home. I would now, unlike what the Banyankole say, introduce myself even where I'm the head of family. My name is Ham. I'm Bisibwe, head teacher and a teacher of English language and literature in English. I'm proud to have Peter here. And Mr. Chairman, I came to teach literature and English here in 2003, replacing Mrs. Lois Basimwe, and in whose interest I think I was sourced. Members, briefly and getting to the target, thank you very much for coming home and for programming to make sure that events that bring you together are handled here. It gives us the pride and the feel of respect that you give your school and us serving here. We continue to thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we appreciate the levels of engagement in all areas and over time, because this is not the first time you are coming home. Your inauguration as a EXCOM was done here. You made us feel proud and bigger when we hosted your Chapel League final. And we look forward to more. And we shall not get tired of any amount of homecoming you can make. Briefly, Mr. Chairman, Mbarara High School is bigger than before, largely in all aspects. The status, as I speak now, is that the school is home to students from all over the globe. So we are proud to be non-discriminative, and we really enjoy it when even foreigners get their certificates from here. As I speak now, we have a population of 2,135 students. Not because we over-admit, but because the trend and tide have changed to a higher retention. There used to be times during the days of Mr. Muramira Peter here, when we would admit 450 at senior 1 and churn out 160 at senior 4. Gone are those days. Not that we fake the retention, but that times and systems and policies have made it more possible for any learner to enter and complete from here. Basically, there are two items that would eliminate, and traditionally, the inability to attain the minimum required academic attainment at the end of the year, and also two, the failure to exhibit the desirable discipline. By and large, without going into the intricacies of year-by-year systems and results, we have got some improvement in those areas. There might be cases that are known and shared largely on discipline, but internally, the school is more homely than before. And that is not to be political, but to be exact according to us who stay here, honestly speaking. And the new curriculum brought in a system where assessment is done across the year, and promotion at the end of the year is not just based on the end of year examination, but the cumulative assessment and record, which gives advantage to some students. I would say, unfortunately, even the would-be weak ones take advantage. However, in view of that, the board recently, and with the challenges at hand, have advanced in as one of the strategies to raise the bar from the traditional 55 to 60, and what with additional programs and strategies that are already in implementation by the staff, because the staff are the real stewards that are here every day, and what they see, what they say, what they do is very paramount in any form of advancement. We are proud that adjustments are possible, even with the people that might be the same. Mr. Chairman, I would like to appreciate once again the OB's contribution in all ways, and including this striking innovation that is in the offing. I think greater things are coming. Mr. Chairman, without wasting time, I proceed to a brief comment on working relations. We are proud that even before the formalization of the Old Boys Association, we have had very good working relations with all the students, either when they come as individuals and when they come as a group, and sometimes when they represent their companies where they serve to come and extend a hand to Mbarara High School. We are proud of you. Even the mobile executive you took over from was really so committed to the tune that out of the, should I say, blue, when we had a catastrophe in 2016 of the burning of Addis Ababa, and the insurance company, National Insurance Corporation, extended its compensation after a long struggle, as you would guess, where I think I was a deputy, and I played a big role in making sure things were put together to win that compensation. We had a different head teacher. You immediately came in at the right time and incorporated that effort to replace Addis Ababa, and you brought it in a big way. We can never thank you enough, members. Allow me to single out the chair of that rebuild Addis, Mr. Popa Invisible. We can never forget your leadership. And how you engaged us at board level, at PTA level, to make sure that all these operations were really co-owned and well presented. Even the government is aware that Mbarara School did something. Other schools tried to learn from that. And we want to assure you, there are many things that other schools will continue to learn from Mbarara School, despite the other areas where there might be some flowery achievements. We are not sleeping. Mr. Chairman, if we don't pass a comment on this, it would be like pretense. There are, of course, hot and serious concerns on the platform, but they have not dampened our spirit of work. I want to be very clear. In any case, if obstacles are a reason to strive, then we must work harder in the face of challenges. That is our policy and principle. Utamanya is here. We cannot just feel demoralized by any amount of challenge or criticism. Instead, we say, no, we must do better. That is our position until we can't do anything more. But we want to assure you that there is a lot of awakening going on at all levels, including the students. Challenging and quite exciting among those that came up as a matter of reaction is the meeting the candidates themselves held without our attendance. They said we want to think alone and talk alone and make some resolutions that should propel us to better levels, that should match the expectations of our guides and masters and sponsors. They held the meeting on Tuesday, that was 24th at night, I think. And I said, I am not attending and no teacher is attending. But I tell you, yesterday when I was patrolling, I spent my day in Mengo. I had Dr. Tuhame in some provincial program of awards and so on. I was in Mengo. So I drove straight to Addis Ababa where there is A level, just casually checking on the boys before I would go to sleep. But what they told me when they gathered around me was so exciting. I said, now I will wait to hear more formally from you. But the boys are not sleeping either. That is one thing I'm sure about. They told me a few things. I said, we cannot measure attitude change in just a story. We want to see things done. What are those indicators? And they listed about three. I said, for now that can do. We shall hear more and do more. Mr. Chairman, with your support, the formation of the body groups and many other innovations, we shall continue to move and overtake the challengers and the challenges themselves. So I believe that the level of engagement is healthy, and let it go on. We shall continue to move with you. Mr. Chairman, now I reflect on what is on your table by way of comment, not by way of ultimate resolution. Mr. Chairman, the engagement over the project that is in the offing is still ongoing. On the 25th, that was Wednesday, we had a meeting of the Committee of Finance and Planning of the board, which was given the assignment to look into the application or request. One primary observation is that even when here we are going to build a canteen, that is the smallest structure we have put up of recent, we do two things. In fact, three. One, we secure plans and BOQs, as you know. Two, we obtain a letter of no objection or consent from the landlord. And three, we submit to the City Council for approval. But I want to assure you, without any fear of prejudice, Mr. Chairman, that for all the innovations and constructions we've done following those procedures, we've not been given any slap. We have had proper and smooth cooperation from the church, from the council, and all through. In fact, wherever there is a delay, in most cases, it is because the architect or the designers are taking us long. But as soon as we obtain the required or requisite items, we've not had a challenge. And Mr. Chairman, contrary to what any sections of the public might imagine, our diocese, which is fortunately and not so deliberately represented by one of the old boys here, the Reverend Canon Edison Abbas, our Assistant Secretary, I can say it without fear of contradiction that our diocese and our bishop have been very, very apt in handling development issues as long as they are very clear and not in conflict with church values, I assure you. Although this might be a very new thing altogether, it is not too new to the methods of work of these people. Therefore, when the committee sat, it made observations that very soon we shall be inviting some of you or your representatives to interact with the landlord and us, the board, and we make more discussions so that things move. Because even if we want to build on a 50 by 100, we have to get consent. And when something is so unique, it has even to go to the province. But of all those lines, we have never encountered any stumbling block. I think we need to prepare, like I have heard even in the submissions here, there are a lot more insights that we need more than the letter we received, I think. So we are here, and this instigates me to now think fast and request the chair board to perhaps sit faster, and we just have a discussion and we expound more on this. And I assure you, by the end of this month, or term as we might say, because the month ends with the term, the April, anyway, not this month, March, you will be able to move. In fact, there was something funny this morning. A man called me, I just stored him as a land dealer, something. Somebody called me, I didn't care about the details, that they want even to sell to us the land adjacent to our own behind Lakeview. But of course, that business is not mine to handle. I said I've never bought land for the school. But in any case, it means there are all opportunities. But Mbarara Highschool has enough land. The school sits on 91.4 acres. And I remember there is even a line of responses I'm compiling. I remember even to the Ministry of Education and Sports, the bishop wrote a letter declaring the amount of land Mbarara Highschool has had, and there is no discrepancy whatsoever. 91.4. I first heard it from him before I even received a formal document. So when the ministry said, by the way, we are lined up for a very huge and beautiful project of ULAN, renovation and expansion of traditional schools. We know behind the scenes you are there negotiating and sweet talking those powers that are. And we are getting somewhere. Very soon they are coming, so that we get these old structures renovated. And what with these programs you are bringing on board, I want to assure you, not just by sight or beauty, but Mbarara High School is going to come up in all areas. You know, if we were to go into the nitty-gritty to show you how we juggle with the systems, the pillars that make a school, and to balance the boat and again keep it afloat, it is not just a job for every Tom, Dick, and Harry. But the point is, these people are ready to support us. We shall engage you, and it will not take long. In fact, I will tell them that the sooner we get these people, it's good to conference and sit together here, and they see far, because when something is external, including the recent mass that Airtel put here, the authority had to come from the provincial office. So we don't, but we shall move fast. I know these people are faster. You prepare to expound more, because we have already started that. Mr. Chairman, finally, I'm looking at the body groups formation and engagement. We have something similar, and we are looking forward to yours too, because it has a different perspective in line with motivating the learners to look at a certain profession and work towards it. We have what we call mentor groups, and these are groups assigned to teachers, groups of 20, 21 or thereabout, and we meet every Thursday morning. But for us, we are doing mainly counseling, guidance, and you know how we can be encouraged by the learners to provide what they need in terms of the academic progress and so on, every Thursday, 7:15 a.m. to 7:50. Those are about 35 minutes we have to engage. And I also have a group in senior 4M, and they call us their parents, and they engage us. They give us a lot of wonderful innovations. The system was generated to encourage a closer bond between us and the learners that had been lacking for generations, Mr. Chairman, and it is working and yielding fruit. Therefore, when you bring in the body groups and you get professionals encouraging these learners to line themselves along certain dream career, I think it will be more of inspiration. What with our desire to always host you as individuals, as groups, even on your own with personal program, please feel free, and we even provide sufficient facilitation to make sure guest speakers come in as often as possible, because we believe it is not about giving the academic material to a very unwilling or unresponsive head. Sometimes it is a waste of time. You create an atmosphere and some motivation that will encourage these brains to be very receptive, and in the end, whatever you plant in them works. So we already have that kind of alignment, and we are very ready to have you. In the event that now you have 40 or less mentors ready to come in to form body groups, it may not be achieved all in one day. My proposal is that you start from the top going bottom, because the lower classes have more time here, and by the time they come up, you will have increased the number to the desirable ratio. So I have a belief that once you start with S6, who are closer to their career than others, senior 4 and 5, you can move better. And then I shouldn't sit without mentioning any existing challenge, so that as you interact with these boys, you actually seem or seek to address it. The difference that appears in the world of students themselves between senior 5 and senior 6. In our conviction, it is like these people are the same. And the closer they are, the better. Even an S6 can learn much more from an S5, because their level of perception and interest may differ, and one can help the other, and they sleep in the same dormitories. Mr. Chairman, if you can engage the learners in your everyday discussion whenever you have an opportunity to interact with them, encourage them to feel closer than others. You know, senior 5 and 6 have had a consistent level of split that really doesn't talk well with us. We try, we put them in the same dormitory, but it is something that seems to take them ages. I was challenging them even last night casually that for A level we never used to invigilate you a lot, but because systems are that these days, you may not believe it. In your years, you used to be invigilated and supervised by the teachers themselves, even in your neighbor exams, you remember. But these days, do it, try it and see. Every student now, every school will cheat. Of course, here the culture is completely outlawed, but it costs us to some extent. A student, however nice, caught cheating, even an internal exam once, with no room for second chance. However, these boys, senior 5, senior 6, need to realize that they can work together, and if you pass a message borrowing from your experience, possibly it can be something in addition. There might be other challenges, but we are not on any definitely dangerous trend at all. And whenever a hiccup occurs, we take note. We take note. We don't just let things go. We take note and we address it. And I want to assure you that as I speak now, up to today, by the way, we have had a series of trainings of staff in the departments. Every subject being trained on scoring and setting by chief examiners in the country. And it is doing well. I get updates, reports are being compiled, and contrary to the traditional programming of the students, with especially actually all classes, because last week senior taught it, after lunch on Saturday and Sunday, after lunch, they use the traditional free time. This time they have an examination which is set by an external person, mainly UNEB examiners. Where we have our own examiners, they set it, but they have to stay for an exam. Those who fidgeted to say we will do it another time, we told them, you remember that you are lost. You need to come up and struggle faster. And we are now on the same page perfectly, and we are doing better. So that is something. Of course, some boys are born lazy, but we shall have the other trap, and every water will find it, every liquid we use it to here has to find its own level according to its own density. So, Mr. Chairman, allow me close here, but wish you a very good meeting, a very jovial and cordial stay here. I hope for the best. We continue to engage one another and learn from one another, and I'm glad we have parents among you, so they'll keep supporting us, they'll keep advising children, they'll keep coming for career days, even as I talk. Maybe it's like an announcement now. We have a number of activities going on. So when you saw me step out, I was addressing parents of senior 2 and 1. It is their class day. We programmed it in term 3 of last year, so I could not switch it. And on 11th of April, we shall have other classes. We have this activity. We have careers day for senior 1 and 2. We have mathematics national contest paper 1 going on in the O-level library. For visitors, this is the A-level library, donated by government. Everything here. And we also have science innovations, some science fair kind of going on in the dining hall. We have debate going on at Nyakayojo. Some prefects have their own debate league. And we have about 6 activities going. And yesterday, I'm happy to announce that Mbarara Highschool won the national championship for the national water and sanitation something. Yeah. And you know, we have been terrorizing that side in debate, and the man speaking was the first winner of the national debate tournament in 2009. I don't know if Paul was still here. With Chris, you know, we have Chris. I went with Chris, and that is how I went with Chris to the Netherlands, now to debate on the World Arena. That Chris you hear about, Chris Nkwasiwe, he's a man. The first debate, national debate ever was won by Chris's team. I was still a younger man handling. I was the patron of debate. But Mbarara High School since then has been dominating the debate arena. That is the good thing we have had. However, I tell students, when 3 boys shine at the national level, but behind them we have 2,132. Where are they? That is our lot. We shall continue to go up. Every other thing you will hear, we are the champions of the Zone A soccer. On Monday, we are going to meet other schools at the district level. Pray for us to win. And even then, whenever we win or lose, we keep peace. That is the difference, and we thank God for it. Mugomena Mani, I wish you a happy stay here.
Thanks very much, Ham, for those words of wisdom, encouragement, but also the progress. Of course, as you have noted, we've had all these discussions on the chat rooms. Yeah.
Because I know I was making welcome remarks, I didn't want. We are now working on a modern classroom block. Perhaps you'll have time to look at it. It's a mega project. We intend to complete it early next term and open it. We are trying to engage UCC. Now I hear that you will support us. The general manager advised us to write to him and see if they can support us, because on the top floor we are having 2 major facilities. One should be the e-library and the other should be the conference room. Instead of coming here to displace A-level students who should be reading, we should be going there. And then there are 8 classrooms, and we shall have enough learning space. And other innovations are going on, but that project is basically to be a digital learning facility. We want to start, then other schools, big or small, they can follow. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Ham. That's useful. Now, I was mentioning that, especially on the academic performance side, that's where we have had the most intensive discussions. I don't know whether the DS is on our chat room. So you also follow. Okay. That's where we have had the most intensive discussions. And I think as part of our culture, we've said, no, the discussions should take place, should happen. Of course, once in a while, we step in to try to encourage you guys. There are quite a good number of guys who also use some very uncharitable language. But I always say that I think whoever brought WhatsApp brought ultimate freedom. So WhatsApp is like our place for ultimate freedom. You go there and say what you want to say. I can't reach you physically, so I can't beat you. Yeah, but for us, we keep on saying, so in the chat rooms, we want to be respectful, but people should also have the freedom to express their views. For us as your ExCom, our job is to always, pick some of those ideas and process them into some tangible products. So I sympathize with people like Ham and others who have to absorb. Yeah, so you have to absorb. I'm pretty sure that even when some people challenge you, it is in the interest of making this school better. Yeah, it's in the interest. Yeah. Maybe since Ham didn't mention this, let me mention that because of the work that we've engaged in as OBs and the school and the Board of Governors, we had that committee of more or less like a committee of inquiry, call it a committee of inquiry, to take some time and understand where is the problem of performance. Ham, I think the part of the challenge that we have, part of the questions, normally because you've been able to report progress on several occasions. I can tell you that what I hear from the OBs is that this is not good enough. Yeah, so it's like, what do we need to do to be able to more or less like trigger a transformation in performance? So that, in other words, the actions are not just the ordinary actions. It's like these are the robust actions we can do. And I think that the commitment of the OBs that I have seen is being able to support that agenda. So I am still hoping that the committee will be able to give us those actions so that we're able to sit with the board, we sit with you and the school and be able to really to move. I think we just want to make sure that when the results of the school are out, people are celebrating instead of, instead of having a discussion. Is very good, yeah. But I think let me just open up maybe for some about 4 minutes. If there's anybody who wants to respond or to make a comment on what Ham has shared with us or any ideas, I can see Dr. Wanjere there. I recognize your presence. Please let's move the mic to Dr. Wanjere.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate what the headmaster has told us, but the performance gap. My question is about contextualization and conceptualization. Do the teachers really conceptualize? They conceptualize what is competence based, but do they contextualize it? That should be the question. Because on last Thursday of 26, we had a ministerial workshop on upper secondary school curriculum framework. It has been passed. But the performance here shows contextualization as a problem. And I would advise the headmaster to invite Mr. Tuhame Moses. Dr. Tuhame Moses is our OB of our cohort. Is a highly placed fellow in National Curriculum Development Center to come and interact with our teachers so that they no longer see them as teachers, but they look at themselves as facilitators. I submit, Chair.
Thanks very much, Mr. Wanjere. Any other comments?
For me, Chair, the issue is mentor groups and the buddy groups. We need to carefully study the overlaps and the impressions this may create under agencies, but also the degree of conflict within the school. So the head teacher and the EXCOM, maybe the buddy group team, could have a lengthy brainstorming session. Where are the overlaps? In mathematics, we call it intersection. And what's the degree of intersection? Because we have to be very careful with disrupting processes and systems. And I could tell the differences on me. I'm on the other end. I've gone through the tunnel and I'm sharing experience. And I'm facilitating you how was the tunnel and how did I make it happen. That's from experiential sharing and inspiration. Now the mentor groups are you people, what is it that is happening, where are you having issues, how can we work through together to get through the tunnel, or the processes, how do we prepare this for us to be successful. So the two platforms need to engage and embrace the innovation, not looking at it as a competition, but carefully also select, because I'm not sure whether I can't go to process, but students have their interests and they will be, I think, clustered based on their interests and the career interests, and that will also guide on how the mentors, not mentors, but the buddy, these are called, you call them what?
Buddy groups.
Buddy groups, yeah. I don't know whether, so now if the buddy group, so the one who is facilitating a buddy group or helping experiential sharing is called who?
They are called legacy leaders.
Legacy leader, yeah, that's the one I wanted. Legacy leader, yes. So then the issue of having fueling. You know, these things are highly interlinked. They are interlinked in a way that we are here talking about subscription. We are here talking about legacy readers. They are not willingly coming up. We are now in professional mixes. We don't know the extent the body groups' interests are. Who is out there? People are not willingly volunteering to come and participate. We also need to critically discuss and think through as EXCOM, how can we make it a sustainable innovation, a sustainable practice in the institution. It shouldn't be a practice that is an innovation of this EXCOM, and after the business is done, then other people come with their way of thinking. Lastly, Chair, I wanted the continuity of processes, continuity of innovations. How do we make sure, how do we as members of this MOBA, and how is your innovations, how do we see innovations beyond you, for example? How do we see a sustainable effort beyond different leadership groups? The danger I see is highly, I mean, when you consider, and I'm not here to make a comparative analysis, but when you make effort, there's a difference. There's moving from one ladder to another. But I don't want us to make going backwards as a new team comes on. How do we make these practices live the time, and not practices of a group that is innovative in its way, and then after the group is gone, we are talking about Tech Hub. You let these innovators live, you people are putting in effort. After your time, people may not necessarily sustain the effort, and that's a loss for the group and for the reasons why we are together. I submit.
Okay, I think let me take these two and then we get back. So we'll take Edwin and the group go over there and we come back to Ham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ham. I'm on the legacy and body groups. Since we already have some body groups in the school, my take is that we wouldn't form other groups. We should be building on what is already available within the school, so that the legacy leaders now work with existing body groups, and then, as he has said, we see how to marry the two ideas, so that the legacy leaders, when they come in, they now work hand in hand with the body. I don't know how you call them mentors in school, with the mentors. And then that one, what he has said now even brings in continuity. It also brings in cooperation. But when we form now parallel groups, they may not easily be integrated within the system. Naturally, it is better to build on to what is happening, and then you see how to improve on it. Thank you.
I'll make a comment on that. I am one of those people who believe in disruption. Because sometimes this country is too much about building on what is existing, and then it doesn't move. So I think the point I take from you is to say, as we do the body groups, we need to sit with the administration and see how the other groups are working. And as Maya just said, we see where is the intersection. But the approach of building on the existing one, that is, we use it a lot with the NGOs. And there are so many areas where we had problems. But so it's a point that we need to reflect on. Emma, I wanted to say something quickly. Okay, so let's do that, and then we can bring Ham back to.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Peter, cohort 25 to 2010. Minor words of affirmation to our head teacher, Mr. Ham, concerning academics. I'm part of the group that is so hard on you on the chat room, but we want to affirm that we are behind you. Whatever we communicate on the chat room is to keep you on your toes, because in our workspaces outside the school, we represent the school. Chapa is a brand. And we try as much as possible to guard it jealously. Because I'm one of the leaders who always gives Chapa freshers from campus jobs, most especially mechanical and chemists, because I lead a pharmaceutical plant. So we really want to keep you on your toes. We have to pass. Because what worked then should work now, even when the modes have changed. And that's why we move and come here to be here physically, because online we want to interface. We want to interface. That's why I came first in your office, to see you and take off that pressure from you. So our OB, Mr. Nabasa, you take my regards to the bishop, and it is my opinion that if it is possible, we get someone to manage him, because there are times when he is everywhere, when he is all over the place. So because I'm a group HR, I believe in delegation. You delegate authority but not responsibility. So if we say that Chapa performed not to the standard, then he should be in the boardroom banging tables with the headmaster. Not now to come, because if he, for example, he begins posting A, B, C, D, then what will our HM post? So our OB, diocesan sake, let's manage our big guy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, it's good. It's very difficult sometimes to manage the big guys. No, actually, unfortunately, we have to close this discussion here because we have to manage the time. But Ham, as you respond, someone online wanted to be given some assurances that the bullying has been dealt with, because I think those stories keep coming up. Because I think we need to be able to work with you to make sure that there is no bullying in this school. This school should be one where students come and enjoy themselves and have fun. But just to mention that from our side as EXCOM, we are looking at the four-legged stool. We believe that the OBs are one of that leg. Yeah? So we have the other leg, which is the operational, which is your leg. The headmaster, your admin team, and the teachers. We have the other leg, which is the parents under the PTA. And our other leg, which has actually the primary mandate of making sure everything works, which is the Board of Governors. We look at the church as Karevi. The diocese there. The diocese is really like the idea, the holders of the idea of this school. So they can be there and they become Bakarevi, whether these four legs are actually discharging their mandate to produce the best students in this school. And maybe I should also mention, for me, one of my most distressing thing is when the people do analysis and they compare Mbarara High School with Western Uganda. I don't think that Mbarara High School should play in Western Uganda. Mbarara High School should play in Uganda. So we can only be comfortable if we are competing there at the top. It cannot be Western Uganda. I would want to discourage even ourselves who compare with the entire what. No, we need to discount this comparison of Western and say we are a national school. 1911, that kind of legacy is not a joke. And we have to bring it back and say we are here. So everybody should listen to us. And I think that the work that we've done so far, the inspiration that we are seeing from the OBs, the commitment, I think that any school that does not tap into this enthusiasm can only do it at its own peril. Because I think that these OBs are an asset, and we are going to continue organizing. I even know that in another year or two, we will, the negative energy on the chat rooms will disappear. Because I believe that when people have an agenda, the normal negative energy disappears because people focus on the agenda. I think I just before you come in, I need to comment on the point raised by Mayanja about business continuity. What he was talking about is business continuity. The reason we are writing all these documents and bringing them to you is to make sure that we are building foundations for business continuity of the association. In other words, we've told you we think a secretary of Mbarara High School Old Boys Association should be able to do this. Or the treasurer or finance secretary should do this. The idea is that if we find those OBs that have the commitment to do this, these are the guys who will still run the association. If we don't do this, you'll put their goodbyes there, and me, I will go to a meeting, I say, I'm the chairman of Mbarara High School Old Boys Association. People celebrate the titles. No, we don't want to celebrate the titles. We want to celebrate the work. So everything that we are doing, I can promise you that in everything we are doing, including things like the Tech Hub initiatives, Chapa Innovations, we are already discussing that on what is the business continuity plan. Because that's a modern concept of management. So I'm glad that Mayanja brought it up, but that's a responsibility for all of us. So let me invite Ham to just respond to those comments before we go to the next agenda item.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Yes, Dr. Wanjere has made a proposal. We take it. We've been inviting others, yet Moses is our own. He has been here on the committee of fact-finding and so on. Yesterday I was with him, and I'm consulting him, so I'll add this. Shall I take it up? Dr. Mayanja is bringing a proposal that we build on what is there. I would propose, in line with I think Dr. Mayanja asked about the conflict, and the Canon Babimpa proposed to build on the existing. There is a slight difference in these approaches. Ours is primarily to get closer to students on their everyday need. For instance, we have a topic, we go and address students, but we encourage them to speak up and propose. Mine one time proposed we need to have a feel of the examinations. Senior folks are doing their papers, give us files of the same. My family of 20, when I went to the library and ordered that they be given, now every candidate got interested. So that they initiate their views, they give them to us, we work on them. So, however, this buddy groups program should be, in my view, broader and more aligned, not to classes, because our groups are in classes. It should be cutting across. Who are these that want to do civil engineering? There is a civil engineer here to interest you in the same. The frequency of interaction, especially the physical, might not be as often as ours, because you don't have time. Secondly, I had told the doctor, Mr. Mukaras, I don't remember well, but we said even when you need some online interaction, we can prepare a Zoom meeting for you, put students in a boardroom, and you address them. You can have bigger groups, 100, 80, but when you choose to limit yourselves to a smaller group, you'll have a tougher work, a tougher job than you can really handle according to your schedules. So I propose you align your students in line of their interest, career interest, and reach out across the board, senior 6 to senior 1. They have dreams, so we can prepare them. And you can, even if you meet them once in a term, to them they will never remember, and it's a completely different idea. So to me, to make it workable for you, and also to achieve your target of inspiring the learners, you can make it broader, cross-cutting, and less frequent in terms of engagement, so that you don't appear now even to displace the teacher or counselor. It will work, so we shall benefit. That's my view. Peter has reassured me you can't remain the same after that. And for us, when we engage human resource, we don't scatter them. We bring them together. 2 days after the release of results, we told them, sit now and discuss, brainstorm. They came up with a document on their own. And I want to tell you, they are already working at a different pace. But behind that, the academic committee came in of the board and said, behind your commitment, we have now to do monitoring, set targets, and prepare to eliminate, penalize, or reward. And I remember one time when we interacted with you, and Canon Babimpa was of the view that we even look at rewarding not just the learners at the end of the term, but the teachers who make strides also. These are all to be incorporated. There is a huge document which is not sealed. You can as well add, and we keep expanding it. I'm sure the document can be shared with you in hard copy from Mr. Kanyeriero's office before you leave, so that it is part of your checklist on our side. We are sure. Then, finally, bullying. Let me assure you, members, when we are sharing, especially from out, we get more of this from out. One time, a member was seated here and he challenged me. He said, Ham, you are here, but you don't know. I almost doubted whether the sin was real. But the point was, something can go so viral on social media and you count about 20 cases out of one. I'm not disowning, because whoever touches another man's son is dealt with decisively. Gone are the days of the culture of tolerance and acceptance, that this is part of our survival here and the child is bleeding. You know, you touch, we touch you. That is what happens. But what I know, the boys we are now handling were not yet born when I started teaching here. What is the point? Back from home, you always receive stock in, including the white and black sheep. But our duty is one, to be uncompromising on handling the wrongdoer. And that trend is on. I've even got some pointers. Your discipline must be doing nothing. Up to now, cases are there. I don't know whether there can be a situation. I'm not saying we can tolerate any, but there might not be a point where no boy will touch another. But when he does it, what does he do? Until we reach a point or a level of tolerance, like we can see in Uganda schools, they may also have cases, but at least we have to reach a level of saying you fear, you love your neighbor, you also fear to molest him. And that's the trend. We have done a lot of innovations. Some from the head prefects, they give us proposals, we implement them, and they work. Even now, we are on sensitization. I don't need to move on. Tomorrow we shall find another culprit. Tomorrow we shall discover another drunkard, but we shall not keep him around. And again, we shall teach them to behave. That's why we are having these mentor groups. We get closer, we talk more closely, and I want to assure you, social media or no social media, the situation of discipline and wholesome management of students has improved. One time, Mr. Chairman, a person came to a meeting and told me, what is this business I hear that you have a loan with the bank? I told him, I'm the accounting officer, we have no loan. He told me, I read it on social media. I said, we have no loan. So I challenged it. I said, Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether social media is more real than physical. This morning I saw the first lady somebody put dead. I am yet to find out. But if she's alive, now somebody may see her alive and say, but I saw you dead on social media. I don't understand, Mr. Chairman. However, I promise to, with my team and my prefects, and we have had now an innovation of volunteer students. Somebody was even trying to frustrate them. They are patriots. We have 3 clubs that we rely on, and they are now open. This business of coming secretary to report to the headmaster, no. They stand there and say, Here you are wrong, come here. We don't allow this. If you don't stop, we shall hand you over. We have Patriotism Club. It is doing wonders, and I'm proud. I told the committee that I don't regret the actions at all. Because when we are up, they say, teachers are up. We can't sit and sleep. Let's go on and support them. And openly so, which we need. And we have Careers Club. We also have Scouts. When parents are coming, they receive them. And they mean business. Those are the ones who say no to the traditional indiscipline. And things are changing. Where we might not have 100% cleanliness, but we shall continue cleaning like we continue bathing until forever. And we shall not tolerate indiscipline. So members, rest assured, but keep checking and challenging us, because even there might come a bigger problem tomorrow. I'm not a prophet of doom, but are we ready to accept every disaster now? No, we must work. And I want to assure you, teachers, you interact with them after here, ask one or two, ask students, ask the head boy. They can give you their own version, and we shall progress. Keep with us, we shall do better.
Now I can say this is since Ham has no opportunity to respond. No, but basically I think from the team here, or you want to insist? Okay, I'm going to give you 1 minute. You say, I don't want to be accused of not respecting. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Mafundo Paul Katamba. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for the efforts put forward. I want to commend the efforts of our HM with the responses or message received. It is promising. This is my commentary. One, I've seen on our platforms that we share information with the notable issues that you have said, language. We are pitching for people who are coming to embrace, to guide, to inspire our brothers, our sons, and our children for the future. Is it that every OB can do that? I find that as EXCOM, as even the school where they say they have mentors, do you profile everyone who wants to pitch to do that? Or it is just a wish and I come and I speak? And once you have given me a leverage over a group, as earlier stated, a group of 20 who I can have always contact with, who I can follow up, you're very certain that I will guide those students to a line that the institution, that even me as a parent of that son would embrace, or it will be diversional, and it is possible. It is something that I have been seeing, that we talk about body groups. We are welcoming everyone, but we are not taking note of the background. We can speak Mbarara High School, because I take note of the language that we use. And sometimes we find ourselves either extremists, even in our workplaces. Can we take note of whoever you want to bring and to be a mentor, to be the head of that group, to know that he is going to serve? Do you have a message? Do you prepare something that can be shared and you know that you can check it out? Or you will expose these young people to a person who could deviate from the purpose that we have. We are putting efforts. So that was one. Secondly, in line with the profiling the participants or getting details of such heads of body groups or mentors, may I think as EXCOM and also the administration, there is what they call pitching in business. There is an OB who's not interested, or who has no zeal the way I have, or Mr. Godba has. But once approached, he could come on board. So I implore the EXCOM, the leadership that we have, can you pitch such people? We have had members, I think, during our times while here, the late Brigadier Kanjeroho came here. What he shared with us, I still remember each of it. Inspired us was material enough to know that I really need to raise my bar so high that I can be that person. It was one message. I received it. I've heard it. The second person is the late General El Tumuine. In his speeches and his everyday language, he always mentioned, I have become what I am because I went through Mbarara High School. I find that such people, either by default, how they live and how they conduct themselves, amongst us, of recent, we were talking about the scientist. What's his name? The gentleman who got 25 points, Cosmas. He's very far from us. So I implore that EXCOM leadership, our administration, pitch out for such people, even if they are very far. You have said about how they can prepare a screen to address people. Even if he's outside the country, it could be a blessing. Lastly, to our dear HM and my teacher, I would implore the administration to embrace the willingness of Mbahoba, or MOBA, how you call it. MOBA is striving so much to see that we can have all the successes that we talk about, the debates, other engagements, but once we do not have the performance in academics, we are not anywhere, and we cannot embrace that we are OBs of Mbarara High School. I close my submission. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks very much, Paul. Yeah, those are good comments that we needed to capture as well. But I think let me assure the members that on the body groups, we've done the thinking. And you know, that's why we put these things in writing. So that's why we could not launch the, even when I talked to the bishop and the chairman board, they basically said, but you guys, you have delayed coming in. Yeah? You are doing your own things as OB. We haven't seen direct activities with the school. To be honest, it was deliberate on our part that we have to first organize ourselves for us to be able to offer the kind of help and support that we need to give. So it has been very, very deliberate. So we could not even come in to say, without the guidance not for legacy leaders, we would not come here. Even if we said, Paul is a very smart guy, let's go and talk, because then that can just be an anecdote. The reason we plan is that we want this to be sustainable. So there is a clear policy on body groups. The expectations on anybody who becomes a legacy leader are written down. So we are very clear. And the moment, if we feel like Godba is unqualified to be a legacy leader, we take you out. We would be very uncompromising, because we will not allow we will not allow Godba to be a legacy leader because you are not B. No, because we've set the rules of what you. So I think members, I want to give you confidence that everywhere where we have moved, we have had very, very intensive discussions and agreed that this now is ready to go. It's the same thing with the legacy leaders, and I think now we are good to go. But actually, I should also mention for us, even when we came into office, we felt that there was we were unwelcome. When we started, the feeling among the OBs was that the OBs were unwelcome. It's only when we came and met with you and met with the DS and the bishop, we said, but these fears that we hear from OBs, they seem to be unfounded. Yes, exactly, yeah. So you get it? Yeah, no, you see people are fearing and whatever. So we've been very, very deliberate. And for the legacy leaders, it has taken us the longest time, because we know we are going to deal with the students, we are going to deal with the young people. But we're also relying on the school to be able to, because the school is our entry point. It's not like legacy leaders are going to be jumping from Kampala and then Ham hears you that you were speaking to S4s. There's no way you can run an organization that way. That doesn't make sense. So that's why we said these are the rules that you follow as a legacy leader, and I think that we'll be able to do that. So secondly, we had an orientation meeting. That's last Saturday. So we had an orientation meeting for all the people who have offered to become legacy leaders. We discussed, went through the guidance note to be able to say this is what we are planning to do. If it was not for time, we were supposed to have this launch tomorrow, so that we have extended time. But now we said, let's do it now, today. We introduce the idea to the students, and then we will arrange with the school and come back when we have time and be able to interact with these leaders. Finally, I think, Ham, you've mentioned this, we've actually been working on an awards policy. Huh? I'm not using the mic. The mic is the one which is dead. No, so we've been working on an awards policy, then we started working on it, then we realized, the school also has something. So we had, and Edwin and James have been leading us on that activity, because then we said, okay, now we need to engage with the school so that we have now a comprehensive policy that covers each and everything of interest. We even get it approved by the board so that we have alignment. We say, these awards, they can be done by OBs. These ones can be done by a board of governors. These ones can be done by the school. So you find that there is no duplication. But the objective is to say, let's motivate our teachers, let's motivate our students to perform better. Yeah. So I think I'll give you another minute if you want to say something about what has been said. So.
Mr. Chairman, the issue of these legacy leaders coming is one thing, but as the practice has been, we shall continue to source those talented and available facilitators. We have always done so. We shall be inviting you, reaching out to you as an individual, and inviting you either to talk to Senior 6, Senior 5. Right now there are some speakers in the main hall. So we shall that won't stop us coming to reach out to you, depending on your talent, availability, and these have been going on. Then the birthday groups, as we say, you work out a mechanism, a timetable, but I was only saying it doesn't have to be so hectic, so frequent, because as Paul has said, a person can speak to you once, and it does it all. So we shall look for that, so that even one person can engage maybe bigger groups without feeling strained, and we shall provide online programs if you can't be here. If Cosmas Michiri is in the US, he wants to address engineers, we arrange students, bring them here, he interacts with them. This is what technology has done. So we shall be reaching out to individuals, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks, Ham, for those comments, very provocative, but also the input from the members. So I want us to shift to the next agenda item, which is the progress report on ongoing initiatives. And so we'll share this with you for purposes of information, but also any thoughts that you may have on how to improve them. And I'll talk about the Chapa innovations, because our other colleagues will talk about a couple of other initiatives. So Chapa Innovations Limited. Those of you, I'm sure there may be some of the people who may not have heard about this. Dr. Wanjira, have you heard about Chapa Innovations Limited? So Chapa Innovations Limited is under our pillar number 3 on collective investments and networking. So we said as OBs, we should do business together, because each one of us in our individual capacity, we are doing phenomenal things and many things, but normally things that are done by individuals, they are very difficult to scale because you have limitations in terms of capital. So he said, let's create a platform for OBs who want to do business together. So we started a company called Chapa Innovations Limited. And it has 3 core businesses. It's very, very simple. One is aggregation of money. Number 2, deployment of that money in premium investment where you can get a good return. So in other words, if there is a business that requires 1 billion, me as Godba, I don't have 1 billion to do that business. But if we are 50 of us, we can raise 1 billion and do the business. And the businesses that require some reasonable capital, they are the ones which return a profit. If you invest 1 million, 1 million, you can only eat it. Yeah? Yeah, so that's the idea of Chapa Innovations. We incorporated the company in October. I think October. Yeah? Yeah? No, there are 3. There are 2, sorry. Aggregation of capital and then deployment of capital. Yeah, so we aggregate money, then we deploy it in where there are business opportunities. We, as of today, we should be about 112 shareholders. About 112 shareholders. We have so far raised, we mobilized, I think, about 160 million through sale of shares. We actually haven't worked on the other things of other mechanisms for aggregation. So most of the money we've mobilized is through sale of shares. The shares of the company from February 1 to December 31st are going to be going for 8,000 shillings per share. There are people who bought shares last year up to January 31st. They were buying at 5,000 shillings. But because we have already invested now, we don't think that someone should come at the same price. So, and that's normally how people make money. People make money not by growing coffee, selling beans. No, people sell these instruments. So we've been able to raise money. Our first project, which is already moving, is the joint called Bulls Empire Ranches, where we are doing beef fattening. And we have, actually under that partnership, under that arrangement, we have 140 acres allocated for this project. You guys have not given us money to stock it. So we only have there 48 cows now. So in other words, we are missing out because we have the land. So you guys, I still want to encourage you. And by the way, I should also mention, because in most cases, Ugandans, we think in lump sums. I want to put 1 million. I want to put 500. No, today, I think there is a minimum of like 10 shares. Today, if you have 80,000, you buy 10 shares. Tomorrow, you can buy 1. Another week, you can buy 3. Please don't wait for these things of I need to put 1 million. The Poles, they have a lot of money for them. They can come with 5. So you get. So that is the company. The chairman of the board of directors is Engineer Dan Tinduwensi. We have a very committed team, the way they are moving this. But there are a couple of other projects they are working on. So the Tech Hubs is one of them. The Chapa Innovations is already investing. We are considering investing in a coffee company. We are considering investing in a very exciting company called Fortune Tech, because money is in technology now. And yet individually, none of us can invest in technology. So we can only invest in that collectively. That's what we want to do. And I want to mention that on the 18th of April, we have our investors round table, our mobile investors round table. So if you can block that date, we'll have this at our office in Nigeria. We'll have a whole afternoon of barbecue and discussions to be able to talk in detail about these projects. So, but that's an opportunity. I don't think that anybody should miss it because yeah, Chapa Innovations is going to be big. Remember that we chose to do a company because other associations have circles. But I think circles have their own model because they say you borrow, but many of them had to return money to you. For us, we want to run a company so that at the end of the financial year, if the company has made money, I can be able to get my dividends. That's basically the logic. So let me pause there and see if there is any question or comment around that before I go to the next initiative. And we'll do this chap so that we keep it within our time. Patrick. The mic, Patrick, please.
First of all, let me take this opportunity to introduce myself because I came in late because I was in the VD meeting and I late. I'm called Patrick Amasiko, OB of this school. 8890 House, Cairo. Okay, I think that would suffice. Mr. Chairman, when you were explaining the Chapa innovations, I don't know whether I missed this point, but in terms of shareholding, yeah, you know, we have ordinary shares and then preference. I didn't hear that. So there may be outsiders who may want to get involved, as some have already done. So just that bit to show that Chapa innovation is also open to other people outside, other than only OBs.
Good point. Thanks, Patrick, for bringing that to my attention. So those are some of the things that we are trying to innovate around, because normally when we start these things, we say this is our thing. I cannot catch up. But we keep on arguing and say, no, money has no tribe. So when you are looking for money, you look for where it is, as long as it is not crime money. That's the only one you object to. So we said this company is open to anybody who wants to invest. So you can, you can buy ordinary shares if you want to be a member of the company. I think now we have about 60 shareholders who are ordinary shareholders. The company has a limit of 100 shareholders as ordinary shareholders. So we are still open to receive people who want to buy ordinary shares. But otherwise, the bulk of the shares can be bought in form of preference shares, where you are just an investor. When you're an investor, you can participate in the meetings. But also the advantage is that when the company, in the case of the company winding up, normally preference shareholders are paid faster. They are paid first before they pay ordinary shareholders, because ordinary shareholders, they are the ones who are expected to be managing the company. So, and yeah, even for dividends, by the way, the preference shareholders are paid first. But essentially, this is the company, it's your company. We have enough business ideas for deploying capital, whatever capital you have. If you are a member of an investment club that is formed by Chapa people, look at Chapa Innovations as an alternative investment opportunity rather than locking up all your money in unit trusts and treasury bills and bonds, because those are alternative investment arrangements.
Just a second, Chair, thank you. I need to bring out here what my problem with the Chapa and the ideas. I fail to keep track of a selected interest, if I have. I go on our platforms, someone brings this, another brings politics, another brings solidarity, another brings innovation, another brings tab. Now I keep asking myself, what's going on here? What can I really put effort on and understand better? We may need to think, the EXCOM kindly think through how best you can attract our attention on things we have interest in. I particularly have interest in this, but I've also lost track of what is going on. I can't even tell whether I'm a member, ordinary, or preference, because information keeps coming from different platforms. Then it's MOBA, then you look at the general one, then there's some solidarity. I'm not going to say what's being done is not right, but I'm just calling upon how we can make it better. Thank you.
No, I think Mayanja, I take your point. Actually, we had Collins had worked on the announcement for the 18th April meeting, and then when we talked, I said no, let's now leave that one. We will run it after the AGM. Is just to make sure that there is no information overload. I think that's the point you are making. So yeah, we'll figure out. We'll try to work out a way of how to make the communication systematic so that we don't overload members with information. If you are a driver of vehicle number UBF 057S, we need to take off that that bus called the Boo. And apparently, I think the vehicle is parked near near the bus. UBF 057S, if you can open for us to be able to move the bus. Please allow me move to. Yes, yes, Judge. Why do you want to deviate? Okay, you are allowed. No, I'm sorry, Moses. I'm sorry, James. That we are going to talk about the magazine, then you'll talk about your piece. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks for your understanding. Okay, let's get the mic to Paul.
Thank you so much, Chair. Me, my concern is what my senior brother there commented about. We are members, some of us who have paid, but the accounts are many. So the way your innovations, they share a poster with an account, but you want to pay for membership or subscription. So you send money, and then I think I've been a victim twice. I send the whole money, then they say I have to write emails and apportion my money to different accounts. Savings, subscription. I don't know if it is possible that the way you have introduced this system, you can also guide us on what you're paying for, so that money goes direct to an account that you want. And then secondly, the protection of the mobile. Given the circumstances that are there now, payment can be helpful. Future.
Okay. So the easiest way to dodge the accounts is to do the web-based payment. Via the web, it's one account, because then the admin have the responsibility of moving the money. But actually, via the web also, it asks you what are you paying for, because it's a drop down. Yeah, so that's much easier to manage. We as an association, we run 3 bank accounts, just for the avoidance of doubt. Oh no, actually there are more. So, as the association, we run 3 bank accounts. We run the one for operations, where we pay our membership. Normally, our regular operations come from there. Then we have an account called special projects. So for those of you who paid money for the Chapa innovations, you were paying on the special projects. Because the idea is that when we have a project where we have not opened an account, or where we don't have to open an account, that money should not be commingled with our operations money. That's basically the logic. Because otherwise, you put it on our operations money, I will pay Mukari's salary. And then you will come and kill us. So it's really about the disaggregation. The third account is strictly for Mobile Solidarity Fund. Because even that we discussed, we agreed, the money of the Solidarity Fund has to be separate from everything. So those are the 3 accounts. The other ones you will get is once you have moved now, like now the guys who are on Chapa Innovations Limited, you know that chat room only discusses Chapa Innovations. Now the company has opened its bank account. But even then now, if you went and paid on the project accounts and you said it's Chapa Innovation, we still move their money. But ultimately, the company must be able to run its operations. So it's really, we are trying let me say, we are trying to be smart with the way we manage this money, because we are going to be a very rich association. And once you're a rich association, even interest will raise. Then we'll come here, and if we can't explain to you things, then you lose confidence in the association. So we have to be able to deal with that. But our apologies, but the web-based system is able to enable you to pay at once without having to worry about the bank accounts. Please allow me to move to the Mobile Solidarity Fund. Let's move to Mobile Solidarity.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I will take you through the Mobile Solidarity Fund progress report. And basically, the Mobile Solidarity Fund, as the name sounds, is our initiative where we seek to organize the way we respond and support each other. It has its origins in how we used to respond to emergencies, especially in times of death, when our members and colleagues would lose relatives or when they die. The random collection of what is normally called mavugo, and we felt that it was a bit disorganized and in some cases unfair, because we can only predict death, but we cannot plan for it. So when it happens, no one can claim that they may not need the support that they want. Even when you have all the money, you may need people to be around you. So we came up with the Mobile Solidarity Fund based on that, but it's not entirely around only death and funeral cover. We have plans of growing it to cover many other things that are concern our health, that may concern other areas of support, including areas like academic scholarships and support. That's why we want to organize and have it done. But at the moment, we are only restricting this to funeral cover, and it was a resolution of the general meeting on 14th December that the fund commences. We have guidelines in the action note where we have everything. I'm sure that many of you, unless, of course, if you haven't been reading, but it shouldn't be that this is the first time you're hearing about it. Going forward, since 14th December, no longer run random mavugo collection lists on our groups. When an OB loses a relative or anyone, we commit to support the members from the Solidarity Fund. Now, we only support people who are on the scheme, because our reasoning is that those who are interested in this should commit and express interest by paying at least 30,000 per month, which is our premium, and you can pay any amount. You can pay for a year, you can pay for 2 years, depending on how much you feel you'll be around. And the scheme is run on insurance principles. It's not a savings scheme. We have had issues of people trying to really argue that they may not be able to benefit from this. If, for instance, if they don't lose their loved ones, if they don't have children, if they don't have spouses, if they don't have parents. But for us, this is just a way of coming together, exploiting insurance principles of pool, so that the money you put in the pool loses its individual identity. It becomes money that we use to support each other. It doesn't matter whether you don't benefit from this. I've always joked with Godba that this is a scheme where for once you never want to benefit, because what you call benefit comes at a very, very high cost. You must first lose someone for you to benefit. Do you really call that benefiting? So I'm happy to never benefit from this scheme, and it's important that we understand it as so. So at the moment, we have 101 members who have subscribed. We have been able to mobilize about 15 million. And so far, the scheme has paid out only once. We were unfortunate to have a member lose a relative that qualified, so we only paid out 3 million. I should mention that at the moment, our package is that when you lose a qualifying relative, And the qualifying relative is your spouse, your parents, biological or legally adopted children. That's what we cover. We limited it to that instead of going to so many. So we pay out 3 million in case you lose a qualifying relative. If one of your qualifying members dies, we pay out 3 million. But also provided that the scheme will pay out, will spend 1 million shillings to cover for common means of transport, to support the member at the funeral, because the practice has always been that we collect money and just send it over. But now we want to really show the solidarity bit by mobilizing people to be able to go and be at the funeral. And then if we lose a member, we pay out 5 million. We have an arrangement with an insurance company, Old Mutual, who will be providing insurance cover for us, because we want to ensure liquidity at the start so that the fund does not get depleted before it grows. And the arrangement should be concluded any time from now. I think next week I'll be embarking on that, so that we are able to ensure that we cannot run out of money. The arrangement with Old Mutual will now increase our package at least to 6 million per member, and then I'm negotiating with them to include the parents in-law. We are not covering those ones. The package can get better if we increase on the numbers. I know when we shared members, we are sharing different packages on the platform, but when I inquired from the insurance company, it depends on the numbers. If we can have as more people as possible joining the scheme, at least 250 members on the scheme would get us more benefits. So I really want to encourage whoever is not yet subscribed to the scheme to consider doing so. You subscribe by paying at least 30,000. We are not like other schemes that will ask you to pay for the time you are not a member of the scheme. Other schemes will say we started last year and we're paying 30,000. So if you join after 1 year, you're going to pay 360,000. In our wisdom, we say that you only pay from the time you start, but we also say that after a certain period, when you are paying your premium, you may stop. So this makes it possible and easy and fair for members to join at any time, because you're not paying for the time you are not covered, which would be very unfair. So it should be easy for you. At least 30,000 payable once, you just become a member, but you make sure you pay every month, because every time you're not up to date in default, you're not covered by the scheme. Just like how insurance operates, you don't wait for the insurable risk to happen and then you pay. You must have been up to date. That's the only way we can be able to manage. So in brief, that's what I have to say about the Mobile Solidarity Fund. And I call upon whoever is not yet a member to really consider joining us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, DM. So that's the Solidarity Fund. I think Mukaras may have left out the idea that if you are not a subscriber of MOBA, and but you are just an alumni, then you pay 40,000 shillings per month. So that's there is a difference there, because the 10K is for administering the fund, because the MOBA people are already paying for the administration of the fund. Any quick comments or questions? I think we are all together. Mukaras has been very clear. Yeah, but again, we want to be able to encourage our members to embrace these ideas, embrace these operations. I can tell you as chairman, as your chairman, one of the most painful incidences of when we have lost someone ever since the fund became operational. And then people are saying we have to correct Mabuko. And we have said no. Because rules are rules. We feel the pain that we should be there. So people, we have to go there now separate as individuals. So that's why we need all our members to be in the scheme, so that we are able to support each other. So let me now call upon, yes, Collins, Annual Business Forum.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Collins Mwesigwa, and Mbarara High School in 1996 and left in 2001. And I serve as the publicity secretary for Muhoba. Before I present to you the annual business forum, please allow me make a few plugs, Mr. Chair. No. Number one, we have Muhoba memorabilia at the back. And one value you can get from it is that there is a lot of tea at the back still. Don't use your mineral water bottle. Pick a cup. It is just 50,000. And then you can have your tea and go with some as you leave the meeting. There is quite nice memorabilia. Please pick one for yourself. It's very important. Mr. Headmaster, for you, take for your family as well. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, Muhoba is organizing an annual business forum, the first of its kind. I would request you to mark your calendars. It is going to be held on the 3rd of October, 2026. And it will be hosted at one of the 5-star hotels. The venue will be communicated. But this forum is an opportunity, a platform for the alumni to be able to engage in investment ventures and strategic partnerships, knowledge sharing on leadership and entrepreneurship, and also to bridge the gap between established and emerging alumni as well. So it's going to be a high-level forum where we'll have business and leadership dialogues. We'll have a business expo as well. We are going to have investment roundtable and mentorship corners, and crowned off with a dinner, an excellence gala and dinner, where we shall recognize the alumni for their excellence in pushing the Muhoba program of work, as well as impacting society in different spheres. So we expect to have an established Muhoba business and investment network as a result or an outcome of this business forum, to strengthen our professional linkages among the alumni. And from this cohort, we could even have some people engage in the buddy groups to inspire our students and also encourage them along particular career path. We would use this opportunity for enhanced mentorship for both the young alumni and also other business people within the country. So we encourage you to plan and be a part of this business forum. There are opportunities for sponsorship. You can have naming rights for this annual business forum. We'll share with you the sponsorship packages, but if you have a business or you have an interest in promoting your brand, this is an opportunity for you to come and partner with Muhoba so that you can have naming rights, you can have branding at this annual business forum, or a booth for exhibition, for an expo, and many others. So the annual business and excellence forum will become a flagship event linking brotherhood, our chapter brotherhood, with business. It will elevate Mbarara High School legacy from tradition to transformation, uniting all the alumni to invest, mentor, innovate, and lead the future of business. So once again, mark your calendars, 3rd October 2026, for our inaugural Muhoba Annual Business and Excellence Forum, whose theme is going to be building investments for the future. Building investments for the future. So I yield the floor, Chair, for any questions or comment. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Collins. I'll mention two important things that probably Collins may have left out. The Mobile Annual Business Forum is an annual event, as you've heard, and we agreed as EXCOM just to ensure predictability that it will be held on the day before Independence Day. So in other words, every year on the Saturday before Independence Day. So in other words, you can plan for the next forums for as long as you are alive, because that day is known. The second thing is that this is a paid event. You have to pay to participate. The early bird registration for the event is 400,000 shillings, and that will run up to the end of May. So that then at the end of May, we review the registration fee. But essentially, the idea that we should have this pay for itself as a business forum because of the content we are going to be able to put together. And we'll, so it's something that I would want you guys to embrace. Part of the motivation was that almost all associations, they organize dinners every year. Some of you have attended them. And we are saying, no, there must be content around these things. So let's give a reason why we should have a dinner. And we said we are going to do a business forum for us to have our annual dinner. So that's why we are closing off the forum with the dinner. Yeah. Okay. Any questions, comments? There is a hand at the back there, please. And again, we need advertisers so that we make especially for our businesses, for OBs, so that they are really present at that forum.
Thank you very much. My name is Nasasra Edi, an OB Mbarara High from 2011-2016. Thank you very much for great leadership and the good words I've had today. It was my first time. My question is, if I pay that 400,000 and I have a business, will it be also catered for, like, you pay 400,000 to participate, but you also have a business as a person, as an OB? Thank you very much.
Collins, can you answer that?
Yeah, thank you very much. So 400,000 is participation as an individual to attend the forum. We'll be able to share with you advertising rates. If you want to advertise your business at the forum, we'll be able to share with you the advertising rates probably in the course of next week. But 400,000 is attendance of the forum. Of course, yes. You would be served to a 5-course meal, and you'll also have a free entrance to the dinner, which will be at the end of the forum. The value is the content and the kind of resource people that will be able to be in this forum. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Collins. Any other questions or comments?
I have the mic.
Oh,
Good afternoon, everyone here. Pop Imsiwe, my name. I also want to extend my thank yous to you, Chair, and the executive. Thanks for the great work that you are doing. And our host, thank you. Even though we belong here, but it's important that you're able to do the hosting. Now, I'm looking at the business event, and I'm thinking the cutoff date of, is it May? Yes, I think this is too soon. One, you may notice that some of us are getting to know just now about it. And it's natural that you'd want to know, if I'm going to commit my 400, what am I likely to take out? So when you give me 1 month or thereabout to take that decision, I think that is too soon. Then two, you're introducing something that probably is new to us. We're used to dinners, like we're ever looking forward for the chapa dinner. and where we're thinking I should be able to even come with my wife. I should be able to bring along my daughter who's big enough to learn about my colleagues. So there's need to allow us that little time to process it. And so that this dinner then comes out the way it should, because we are saying we must dominate. Our event in October the 3rd should dominate. And how can it dominate when those of us and those so close are not there? So allow us some little bit of time, run the information on our groups, and let's just do a buy-in, and so that we're able to participate. The rest of the content you'll be sharing. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Pop. I think Pop is basically proposing that the early bird registration normally is for mobilizing money to do the planning. Because in most cases, these events, people come and register at the last minute, when actually you have already probably adjusted things. Eh? Yeah, but I think I take your point that the team needs to get back, look at how far they can extend that early bird registration. Just take into account the point you've raised, which I think is a very legitimate point. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, so the team is working on the flyer, on the brochure for the dinner. I mean, for the business forum, that will have complete information on almost every aspect on how even the proceedings will run. I want us to be able to close in 30 minutes, almost in 27 minutes. So I'll try to move this much faster. I actually think that the information we've shared about the Tech Hub initiative is sufficient for now. So if there are any questions to be raised, we can raise them even on the chat room. Yeah, Emma, are you the one talking about the Chapel League, the grand finale? Bruce? Oh. Chapel League grand finale, season 11.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Boss John Bruce, and yes, I am very much part of you. I was here in 2011, residing at Cambridge, and today when I passed by, it was such a joy. So I serve as the head of disciplinary committee from Chapel League, and I'm stepping in for the president. Mr. Kenneth Gumisiriza, he sent his apologies. He lost a very close family member, and he has traveled for burial. But nevertheless, we shall be coming back to the club on the 19th of September 2026, and we are looking forward to making it massive again. We shall dominate once more. Mugumena Mani, thank you. 19th September. Yes.
Thanks very much, Bruce. Any questions about any questions about zone 11? Yeah. Let's have the mic over.
Good afternoon, fellow OBs. I'm Didas Tumuhire Karhanga. I was here from 2000 to 2005. One thing I want to talk about is there's a discussion I had with a boss. So please, sir, don't forget there's something you need to talk about. How Mohoba can use Chapel League to attract members. Thank you.
I think let me put it this way. Thanks, Didas, for that comment. I'll make two quick comments. One is about season 10. season 10 raised issues for us because of the, should I say, because of the alcohol. Yeah? Because of happiness. Okay. because of happiness. Yeah, but essentially, I think that I'm mentioning this so that even because for us we're adults, so when we get to these activities, there is a certain level of restraint that we have to exercise as adults. We are all busy. We are all accomplished in our own rights, so we cannot just, in others, let's not be over happy. You get? Let's not be over happy. I thought that I needed to mention this because, especially when you talk to the senior people, they feel like, okay, that kind of happiness was probably too much, so we can mitigate. I'm mentioning this. But I think what concerned me, the reason because I have been emphasizing this even with the XCOM, what concerned me is that, and I think maybe this one you didn't bring it to our attention, that there are people, they are OBs who slept in the dormitories when they were drunk. You didn't know. And so even on the administration side, we must be able to make sure that there is a mechanism that if someone slept in the dormitory and is drunk, the administration should know. Yeah? Oh, yeah, actually, not even when they are drunk. Yeah, that's right. So I think so in other words, on the administration side, for us as OBs, we have an obligation and a responsibility not to misbehave. But even on the administration side, we should be able to have the mechanism to know that people illegally slept in the dormitory because after they have stopped the happiness. Yeah. But I just wanted to mention that so that we caution ourselves sometimes to make these things look better. The last one, Bruce, the one on the relationship between Chapa League and MOBA. I think that I want to claim that I'm in the best position to explain it because we have had considerable engagement between the XCOM and the League Executive Committee. We've had discussions of how do we interface. As Chapa League, as MOBA, as XCOM, we made a decision to invite the chairman of Chapa League to be an ex-official member of the association. So the league president is an ex-official member of the executive committee. We wanted to ensure that there is proper flow of information. Even the chairman of the representative of the board, our representative on the board is also an ex-official member. But we made a decision that we needed to let the league manage their processes to see how they can bring some representation from XCOM to the league. So those are the decisions that they have to make because that conversation has been there and because you know that the league has been there before we got organized to this level. So you don't want to go in there and disrupt. You need them to be able to adjust to see that there is value in having this relationship between the association and the league. I hope that's, unless you have something you'd want to add. Okay.
Yes, check. So thank you so much. Meanwhile, I think I hadn't gotten the proper guidance because I carried an entire speech from the president, and unfortunately I had thought it would be at the dinner, but I've been guided that this was the place. So briefly, in the interest of time.
I was going to ask how many hours is the speech?
No, briefly, in the interest of time, I will not read verbatim, go straight to the main talking points and the message from him. One, he wishes to thank you as a group for the support you rendered to us during the preparations of our last season's finale. You supported us financially, you were present to make it happen. So from him, I bring you a message of appreciation and that as SEC, we are very grateful. Secondly, on how we can work together, because the league has that platform. So we request that you actually create a physical desk every Sunday. Put up a tent. Let someone be available to provide information about our association, to provide registration of new members. So we want you to physically be on ground. Let us feel your presence. Come around during our games. We are one. We are one family. And in as much as we have to put an effort to bring people on board, personally, I had never subscribed. The information was there, but being here today has been an opportunity for me to listen to how broad this is, to how such a wonderful opportunity it can be, to open up my mind to this investment and how I can also participate. And I think if the Bulls got this information, we can have some good membership. So the league is always willing to give you the platform, to give you the airtime. You can even communicate. Sir KJ, you're always around. You can always put across that information and let the Bulls know that they can be part of us. And then finally, on the finale date, we still seek your presence and support. Still, be present, be available. So I think that is it, and we shall interact further. But as Chapa League, we are on board with you, and we are looking forward to making Chapa great at all times. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Peter?
Thank you very much. Since the chair CLDC is here representing the league, I would like to put it to our notice that it will be possible if Chapa League management works with Mhoba leadership about getting our permanent home, because we should look at the going concern of the league, because we are moving from pitch to pitch, pitch to pitch, and at the end of the day, the league might easily phase out because of not having a permanent ground, because this is for generations. It shouldn't stop with us, but information is already on the ground that there is a league after campus or after senior 6. So we should look into that. Point number 2, Gwana CLDC, have you confirmed the availability of the pitches for September? Because you know, Mr. Ham,
Mr. Chairman, if it is all right through you, I'm very comfortable the question has come up. It silently breeds ground for suspicion and so on. In fact, the project we are on is very, very, very deliberate and well grounded in the board resolutions. We are on the program of expanding the playing area from the road to the Pigare unit of now, which Pigare unit by the end of this year will have been shifted to another point according to the site plan. Maybe it gives me an opportunity to elaborate a little more on the adjustment being considered as we develop a new site plan, or rather a site plan based on the existing developments and looking forward to the future development. Our intention is to have at least 4 pitches to accommodate football. 2, we have this area in between the existing playgrounds, which are 2, and then where we have started with the new one. The area of starting from the idea of starting with the new one from that end is not because we want to shift, but to us, after getting 75 million to open more grounds in our budget, contrary to some statement that the board never knew, we decided to start with the easiest point, which would be easier to level. But it's not also as easy. but we are almost finalizing with the leveling, and the contractor is about going into planting the grass. We mean to make it more standard, but we are going to open up to the point of connecting with this, so that from the other point of the road to the piggery unit, we have 4. Then the excavated area for the swimming pool will be adjusted to a more firm ground rather than this boggy place where even one time a bulldozer was stuck. You can imagine a bulldozer getting stuck. So in fact, according to the member, we shall have better and more pitches than you can think of. The other mud you experienced that time, that place has been disturbing us, but we mean to protect it and also continue using it. That's where we are now. But it has given us time now to open this side, and we are adding another one where the swimming pool excavation is. We shall level the area and we connect so that we have 1, 2, 3, 4. The smallest of the 4, because of this area, it is not so broad, will be serving as a rugby pitch. But we shall have 4 potential pitches for football. Then in between, we shall put the other courts, especially the handball. There are other mini games we have which we never left here. And as part of the progress, we have repaired the drainage channel. You will see these developments. From the kitchen down to the lagoon, we excavated the area again, straightened it up, and it is much deeper, that as we level the ground, we don't have issues. Those who used it to escape through the farm used to have issues with the ditches and so on. Now we are opening up. We are covering all the ditches, and we shall close, certainly. But we shall have our fencing walls, then outside we shall have a chain link. However, Mr. Chairman, now, even when one area is waterlogged, we shall be able to have an alternative. But all the 4 will be used. And we believe by that time, even we shall have planted a good grass. So you will choose from the road to this end. Then allow me now clarify. The man who was here, I wish he was still here. He is the assistant secretary, the administrator and the registrar for the diocese. What he writes is for the bishop. Now, when there was that kind of noise, I am aware there was a strategic plan developed, I think, even before this current bishop came in office. But amendments are always possible according to the circumstances. This is what I read, because I don't have an official communication on that. But what I know, the 91.4 acres are here for us. Instead, we can open more. What is the proof for us to be reassured? Mbarara, this Ruharo Vocational School was also due for shifting according to the old plan. But I have seen them build very new and better structures in the same place. Meaning, these changes, especially where public is involved and interested, will not be implemented to affect any institution. And finally, because he wrote, I speak now. Finally, I know when we were writing to reassure the ministry on the ULAN project, I had a demand letter of assurance to the ministry. Before you even came in to be concerned, I had written with the attachment of the bishop's letter, showing the design of the map where Mbarara Highschool is, showing the acreage, and reassuring government that come and develop the area for expansion is on the school farm in case you want to build new structures. And inwardly here, we are also developing the standard strategic site plan. It is in the offing, because when we have satisfied the board, then the board will call some of you and you view it. He looked at it because he participated in initiating it. He gave us land and everything can be done there. But as I said, anything to build especially, they have to give approval. So for now, we shall have more, not less, pitches. And perhaps where the ground is firm, in case you want to think of some development, pavilion, what, you will choose and say this one can fit here, this one can fit there. I am saying this as certainly as you can see me now. We are not about to lose any ground as far as I know. I say this because my board chair to write to you on platform, he conferenced with the concerned parties and assured me, and this is off record, I participated in editing and proofreading his communication. Sometimes we make sure things are done, and when we hear some discomfort, we make sure issues are addressed. So be assured, Mr. Chairman, members should think bigger. If we call Chapel League, we may as well host another event or at the same time. We want to be the school with the biggest playing area. In any case, the two fields were serving you when you were not 1,000. Now we are 2,000 plus. Our children have been invading Mbarara Junior, begging to practice from there. Now we want to say, Mbarara Junior, close your gates. All of them can be put here. And we have cameras to scan. Whoever wants to sneak out, we shall be following. That's another security strategy.
Thanks very much, Ham, for that assurance. Yeah, I know that the sentiments about the pitch, the sentiments about the pitch are also the historical. There is a tradition and a history, but I think that issue was also more to do with the communication. Normally, for groups like ours, when something comes up and there is no authority to talk about it authoritatively, then you create room for all kinds of conversations. But that's, I'm glad that this is settled. Yeah. Yes, I know. Okay, so I can say I'm still overshooting my time because I wanted Collins to give you like 30 seconds to talk about the magazine before I bring Jacob to deal with the financials. And you have the financial statements. I've also shared the annual budget on the chat room. So as Collins talk, please just review them so that when we come to them, we can just get inputs and we try to wind up. Over to you, Collins.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon once again, members. The Bulls Empire Magazine 2025 edition is out and available for all of us. It is the inaugural one in a series of annual publications. Every AGM, this will be a tradition, will be releasing or launching the Bulls Empire Magazine edition. So next AGM edition 2026 will be out. But would like first of all to send our appreciation to the alumni who responded to the call for content. Every article that is in that magazine is written by our alumni. And in that magazine, if you get a copy, I'm sure everybody has perused through, you'll find mind-stimulating articles, exciting stories about OB's reflections, and also their life at Mbarara High School. So you'll find inspiring legacy and alumni achievements. We have profiles of who is who. Some of your profiles are in there. Did you see yourself pop? you seem to be smiling. Okay. So we have profiles of OBs. This is going to be, we will be adding more profiles for every edition. So if you're not among those profiled, you're being kept for the next edition. So do not worry. Everybody will be covered because this will be forever.
Please assure Paul so that he doesn't fire on us.
No, Paul, you'll be on the next one. We also have profiles of our Mbarara High School academic stars. This section will also be expanded as we move along. These academic stars are some of our OBs that have achieved first-class degrees in engineering and things like this. And we'll be working with the headmaster also to try and profile some of our best performers, A-level, O-level, so that every year we have them profiled very well. And of course, you'll find nice stories about Chapel League. So the magazine will be launched at the dinner. We have about 15 copies. These are what you would call legacy
They
copies.
are not about, they are 15.
They are 15. These are legacy copies. So if you get a copy of this, this will be quite a piece to have. You would have a copy of the first ever Bulls Empire magazine in your hand. So please come to the dinner and make sure you get yourself a copy. After this, we will print more copies, and we probably will also have a digital version behind the paywall, of course. The magazine official price is 30,000 shillings to get a copy, and we encourage you to actually pre-order. If you want a copy.
What is the unofficial price?
There is no unofficial price. Mr. Chairman, you're making this difficult. Okay, so at the dinner, Mr. Richard Baguma is going to be our chief auctioneer of the magazine. It will be autographed by the chairman and the editorial team. If you want this piece of legacy, 1 million shillings, Richard? Yes, for a copy. And then the rest of us will get unsigned copies at 30,000 shillings. Please pre-order. If you want to pay cash, our treasurer will be able to receive it. But if you have money on your phone, send it to the bank account. Whichever account you send to, tell Godbar that you sent, and we shall get the money. Tell Jacob, we shall get the money, and we shall deliver the magazine to you, wherever you will be. Chairman, allow me give special thanks to especially the authors who gave us good articles, Dr. Aguma Dennis, Council Patson Adini Itwe, Council Deus Mukaraji, CEO, Kennedy Gumisiriza, Alan Kaganzi, Mr. James Mugume, Dennis Katwijukuche, Murindwa, Jetu Mwesije, Dr. Meda Dibitecherezo, Godbato Mshabe, and Bruce Tushabe. Thank you very much for your articles, and also to our advertisers. Special thanks to Capital FM that was able to support us, Books Africa, Uganda Limited, and Kunda Services Limited. You will find these companies as advertisers in our magazine. Please give them business because they are also supporting our work. So we will continue to advertise these companies on our socials and other platforms to thank them for the mileage they have given us. Exceptional gratitude to the EXCOM for the collaborative and supporting spirit that has made this work possible. Once again, Mohoba has memorabilia at the desk behind. Please make sure you get yourself a jumper, a cape, a flask, and it is highly encouraged that you can take them all as a package. That is when it makes even more sense. So thank you, Chair. I submit.
Thank you very much. James, can I give you 1 minute to make your point?
Okay. Mine is about my article in the magazine. It's unfortunate. I regret on my part for my piece because there is an error. Actually, it's a gross error. Mine is a poetic piece, and when you are writing a poem, there is a flow. But the flow, the way I wrote it has been obliterated. So now I don't know what I can do. But if it were, if I had the authority, I would suspend the delivery. I mean, the launching, the delivery of the items, and do it better. Because actually, for me, it is a suicide. It is intellectual suicide. Yes, because now. Because when you write a poem, this is how we write a poem, the flow, the rhythm, the rhyming, and all that. The order has not been followed. Now it has become a prose, mixed up all things, and now, of course, someone who says to read it will debunk me as someone who is a trespasser in poetry, and that's intellectual suicide. That's intellectual. Yeah. So I don't know. Finally, I seek a way. How do we do it? How do we correct this error?
Okay, thanks very much, James. I can assure you that this will be handled administratively and it will be sorted.
But I would wish to see, I don't know how to.
You don't trust your chairman.
Okay.
As I've said, it will be handled administratively and it will be sorted.
What about intellectually, the way it's supposed to? Because that's okay.
It will be handled administrative and it will be sorted.
Okay,
So,
okay.
but thanks for bringing that to our attention, James.
Then lastly, something else not connected to this magazine. We are grappled with the question of organizing people responses and all that. So I have a highlight, just simple highlight, a few seconds, not a minute.
No, James, these discussions have to be systematic. So once we have gone to the magazine now, unfortunately I cannot allow you to speak about something else. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thanks for your understanding. Yeah. So, no, let me see. Anybody who wants to talk about the magazine? The good thing is that many of you have not seen the articles, so so probably will not have another comment. But Patrick, you are a professional in this area, so we may benefit from you.
I'm saying I didn't know about this magazine. The only one I heard about was restricting those who completed at Mbarara Highschool between, I think, 2010 to 2020.
I think that was a publication by Bishop Sheldon. That's different.
Okay. Yeah, so this one I didn't know. But what I can say is that I'm a journalist. I'm a writer. I'm an editor. Those are just facts. If there is a requirement for editorial services, I can volunteer. The articles I can edit them, volunteer. Yes. Basically, that's what I wanted to say. But also, there's something I wanted to mention. This is just like a word of caution.
Magazine?
Yes, on the magazine. I have heard somebody mention of profiling our stars, our academic people who have performed excellently and up to probably at the end of the education level, at university, the first class and blah, blah, which is very good. But we must be extremely cautious to verify certain claims. People will give themselves false profiles, and those who know them, they will know that this is false. Then they will lose confidence in the entire magazine. Somebody would post, I got a first class in engineering when actually he was doing accountants and got a pass. You know? Yes, because he wants to.
Okay, so thanks, Patrick. That point is taken.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
I close my submission.
I want to assure members that, we had to make, that's why I was saying administratively we will correct the issue that James has raised. We took an administrative decision and said we need to bring out this issue. I don't think that it's the most perfect issue, but we needed to get this out, and I think we are comfortable with the work that has been produced so far. But the idea, especially on the profiling of people, that we discussed it, and we agreed that for the next edition or the subsequent editions, actually members are going to be participating, maybe save for those who are technology timid. But we are going to develop a criteria that is going to go online, that if you want to nominate people to be profiled, whether they are, because the question was, if you put Godby in the magazine and say this is a high flyer, how different am I from Patrick and from someone else? But we could say, this one we said, we want some of those historicals, and when you look at them, most of them, especially for the recognized elders, they are around rebuild Addis. That they made some visible contribution around rebuild Addis. So, but otherwise, going forward, it's good that, Patrick, you've even volunteered. We may actually have some people, some of you OBs who have expertise in this area to help up with the magazine. Because now, at this time, we had about only 3 months to prepare this. But now, we are going to start working on the 2026 edition. So if it comes with mistakes at the end, and James comes here and tells us, or the people who worked on it, they are fired. Like Mr. Trump would say. Yeah. But otherwise, this is our starting point, and I think we are making progress. So allow me invite Jacob to very briefly just summarize for us the financials, maybe just as an anecdote or as a background. The yeah. So when we were elected, there hadn't been a tradition of preparing financial statements. So really, the only information we had was the bank statement. And then we realized that there was also people who had paid their subscription, many of them paying via mobile money, and then you could not trace. In fact, many of them who came up, we said clear them as having paid, because we couldn't track some of the information. So we used that information to build the financial basis of the association. We have improved that by the 2025 financial year. Paul, part of the reason we said no, we are not going to receive money on mobile money. If you send me this 100K, if you send it to me, and I don't send it to the account, most likely in the next 1 hour, I could be buying a glass of whiskey. I know. I'll pay for the dinner. But the point is that we have tried to make sure, and we are going to do this. We are going to be making sure that our operations are cashless, because then it helps us be more disciplined, and we are able to track all your transactions the way we are doing them. So what Jacob is sharing with us is what we've tried to clean up and be better organized. So we are looking. So we will not be sharing audited financial statements. We are only preparing. These are the financial statements we've prepared. The audit of financial statements will start with 2026, because we have been able to establish the foundation to be able to do that. And I hope, members, you can understand that this is an administrative decision we've made, but it works for us as an association because we have now laid the foundation. So over to you, Jacob.
Thank you, Chair. I've been trying to manage the online, and they are sending compliments to the chairman, the EXCOM, the headmaster, for such a very good, elaborate, and engaging AGM for the first time in history. And to the IT team that is making it possible for those who are not here with us to be able to attend and participate. The governance structure of the association has already been shared. Our bankers, in this case specifically for the association operational account, where you pay your subscription, is in housing finance. We shall be sharing, we always share flyers for different entities, the fund, and for the projects. The chair has already reported that these financial statements don't have comparatives from the past, and as such, all the money that was handed over to us on the bank, we went, of course, we got the bank statement and confirmed it. We have taken that as a receipt we inherited from the previous leadership. And these financials, we have tried as much as possible to use international reporting standards and accounting standards to be able to present them to you. Specifically, the revenue that we are reporting, we are recognizing it when we have received it, and or when we have a legal document that we can use to claim it. That's when we are recognizing the revenue. And for the expense as well, we are reporting the expense when it has been made or when we have a legal obligation to pay it. So I will go straight to, the document has already been shared with you on the WhatsApp. So I will go straight to page 8, where we have the income and expenditures for the period from March, when we took over, to December 31st. On the part, I tried to color them, and on the green part is the incomes, The line above is the receipt, the money that we inherited from the previous leadership. And so we have categorized these incomes in the different streams that we are structuring the association. So that will be from the members' subscription, from the contribution from the SPIVs, those are special purpose vehicles, from the sale of MOBA branded items, from the adverts that we shall do in the magazine, and also from the grants and donations. Even for today dinner, there are some generous OBs that have donated some money to make sure that the dinner is properly organized, and we are grateful for that. So for that period, we recognized a revenue of 15.6 million in summary. And then on the expenditures, we have also tried to categorize those expenditures in the different areas, namely the secretariat and the office operations, the membership growth and servicing, the official governance meetings, which includes this one we are having, the business strategies for the investment and the business discussions that we have, the innovation hubs and all, then the MOBA business and knowledge forum, which Collins has reported on, and then there is the general administration. It may usually be legal, and then also making sure our financials are audited. So on the right, you will see how much we have spent on each, but mostly it has been about setting up the organization, reorganizing, or you would call it restructuring MOBA. If you recall, even the name was changed, and then also new members registered with URSB. So you will see that there is a huge expense on reorganizing the secretariat. The details of each of those figures is towards the end of that document. So in your free time, you can have a look at it. On the next page is the financial position. So what normally you would call like the balance sheet. At the end of the period, we had cash on our banks of 1.29 million. We had receivables of 1.28. And those receivables, just for clarification, those receivables are when Chapa Innovation had not yet begun, the association was spending some money on it to set it up. After it was incorporated, the association handed over that role. However, there are some expenses of 1.2 that we had spent on the company to run some affairs. And so that is the receivable that we shall have to reconcile on both ends. On the non-current assets, we have an investment in the Chapa Innovation Limited. The chair will give clarification on this, but the association is the one that birthed the Chapa Innovation Limited. And as such, for those of you who are shareholders in the company, you will realize that there are some shares that were given to the association as the founding entity. So those shares were 1 million shares valued at 4,000 each, giving us that figure. We have also an intangible asset as an association, the platform on which we are registering and keeping all this documentation. We invested money in it. And for us, we look at it as an intangible asset. Even today, if someone steals your phone, you may be willing to give them over 1 million shillings to retrieve it. Not because the phone will be valuable, but because of the amount of information you have on the phone. So the platform that was developed for the three entities, the Solidarity Fund, the company, and the association, we shared that cost amongst the three entities, and for the association, the value is of 2 million. There are some upgrades that have been made after that, and and those will be reported on in the next meeting. So that is on the asset side. On the liabilities, we start with the equity. On the equity side, we have that 4 billion shares in the company, and then we ended with a deficit that we have seen above from the incomes and expenditures of 3.5, and then below are the payables. So part of that deficit is a payable of 3 million, as the chair had reported. Our CEO does a lot of work, and we are obliged to pay him, but at the time we didn't have the money to pay him. So in the income statement above the income and expenditure, it's reported as an expenditure because it's an obligation during that period that we should have paid. But it didn't move cash. So in the balance sheet, we report it as a payable. I hope I'm not speaking Dutch. So that is the 3 million as at the end of the period. Then Council Paul had already reported himself. He deposited a lot of money on the association account. And so we had to report money that the association received on its account but had not yet transferred to the respective bank account. And so that is that money. Then the 2.8 payable is money that was spent to set up the company. And when we go to the other side of the company, we shall see how this is written off for the association, because several meetings are held under the association to set up business for the company. So that is the balance sheet. The next one is the cash flow statement. This one is only speaking to the actual cash movements that have happened. And the last balance of 1.2 is the actual balance that we have on the account. I may not go into detail of the cash movements, but if you have a colleague who is an accountant, you can just get 10, 15 of their minutes and they explain to you the cash flow statement. Then on the next pages, we explain how we recognize all those things above. You can read through, given the details of our bank accounts. This is it. And then the notes on pages 14 up to the end, pages 14 and 15 are the detail of the other figures up there. In the interest of time, you can look through those. In case you have any question, please throw it back and we shall be able to respond. I'm trying to rush through because our lunch is already served. We're out of time. Yet we also have the budget to look at for this calendar year running. Chair. Thank you.
Any quick comments? Yes,
Chair, I thank you, the finance man. I looked and heard what you presented in view of payments, compensating people's time. That's what it means. I'm not very sure whether we have a system that treats, which promotes justice in what is being done. Because the chair, and the reason I'm asking this is whether we have salary scales. Because in this case, people contributing levels of effort there should be a basis for the payment. If, for example, the level of a new officer attracts 5 million, we should fairly pay the 2.5. But we may be giving him 5 million and we're not able to officially establish how much time has been invested. So I think that's why I feel we need to be fair and promote the practice, but based on principles. Thank you. Then lastly is the issue of investment initially into innovations, into the solidarity, etc. The resource. You see what has happened with our association is we came together, but we gave birth different products. But those products are exclusive. If I'm an association member, I contribute the money, but it gives birth to a product which I have to pay to join. It's not mandatory. So I will keep asking myself, then my investment must be brought back. That's what it means, but that can be resolved. But I know you worked it out and say, okay, the association also has shares. I think that was compensating some of those. But in the future, this should be thought about. Thank you.
Okay, I think the first point really is to say, as we had mentioned, we were supposed to be presenting a personnel policies and procedures manual. That is something that is still work in progress. So all those issues are going to be resolved as we put together these instruments. For now, we are proceeding from the point of view that the members of the executive committee we are volunteering. That is how it's happening, and I can guarantee you, on behalf of my team, that it's a hell lot of work. It takes time. It takes intellectual capital. Our vision of the future of this association is to be able to generate the resources that if you are a member of the executive committee, you should be given some stipend to be able to mitigate your costs. But for like every other business, you have to be able to invest in it for you to be able to generate those resources. So that's how the future looks like. And I think by mobilizing ourselves as OBs, we can bring that future closer. Mukaraza and I and PK may not be the beneficiaries, but I always say, when I look at the amount of time I put into MOBA, I would be happy to know that the person who comes after me is being supported to put in that work. And if it takes us to build the foundation, then let it be it. Because then we will have built a sustainable platform. Yeah. So otherwise on the vehicles, we want to be able to we create opportunities for the association, because the association is financing the birthing of these platforms. But you see, when we create Chapa Innovations, it is open to all the OBs. So when you choose not to participate there, then you have to wait for the dividends that come from the shares that we've provided. We still think that is still equity. But members, allow me to recognize one of our senior colleagues, Assistant Inspector General of Police, Frank Mwesgwa, who is here with us. So if you see some people with some equipment outside, just to know that it is only inevitable. But thanks, Frank, for coming. We really appreciate that you, given your schedule, you are able to create time and join and be with us. And I think as I was telling Frank that in the association, I'm his boss. On the other side, the man can even demobilize me. But I think, Frank, we are going to rely on you to be able to help us mobilize our OBs within the force. We need to really have them on board and within the forces, actually, because this is a very good network also for people who are in security to be able to connect to their other colleagues. Okay, so I think let's go on to the budget so that we can conclude. Oh, there's a colleague there. Please go ahead. If we can get the mic to him.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Moses. Just a comment on the Solidarity Fund, 4 billion being presented in the balance sheet. My question is, did we get that money? Do we have that money? And if yes, I don't see it in the cash flow. Yeah, in the statement of cash flows, it's not coming there. In my view, I think we shouldn't be having it here.
Okay, Jacob, you can answer that and then proceed and also do the budget.
So thank you for the inquiry. As I stated, that 4 billion is a shares allotment for the association in the company. The 4 billion figure comes up from the valuation. For those who bought shares for the first time, they were at 4,000 a share. And so 1 million shares were allotted to the association as the founder, as the one that birthed the company. Are we clear?
So the company MOBA birthed the company called Chapa Innovations Limited. And so to be able to take into account all the investments that the association made to get this company to make it live, we allotted it 1 million shares at the nominal price. The nominal price of, when you are forming a company, the nominal price is normally 1 shilling a share. So in other words, in the books of Chapa Innovations, you'll find there a payment of 1 million shillings for the shares at the nominal price. What the accounts people do is that they are calculating the equity value of the company. It's not cash. That's the equity value. So in other words, if Chapa Innovations, when we floated the shares that we were buying at 4,000 shillings, if Chapa Innovations, if MOBA was to have 1 million shares, it should have paid us 4 billion. So you get, I hope that makes sense, Moses. So in other words, so like now, the people who bought shares at 4,000 shillings, when we are calculating their equity, it is now, each share is 8,000. So that's the equity equivalent. So in other words, by the company growing, you as a shareholder, you are gaining value, which may not be cash, but you are gaining value. So that's why people come and invest in the company and say, I have bought these shares at 1,000 shillings, knowing that in another 1 year, these shares could be 10,000. Until the company reaches a point where it is able to, where you can liquidate that stock, you are holding the stock. You are holding the value. And it's something, when we are on the meeting of 18th April, we are going to try to invest in explaining this. Because we've also realized from our other operations that Patrick will buy shares of 2 million and then keep on saying, where is my 2 million? No, Patrick, when you buy that, when you pay that money, it is money that belongs to the company. For you, yours is 4,000 shares. Yeah, it's 400. Sorry, it's 400 shares. That's what you have, because this 2 million you are buying stock. But the truth is that all of us, you get my experience is that the one thing that is problematic, and Pop, we have a problem because I think the lawyers, we are the ones who have confused our people, Paul. So we never educate, we never teach these people. Even the lawyers, they don't know the things, so they are all stuck. Now for us, we're going to educate ourselves about these things. Yeah. So you, Moses, I hope that makes some sense. Eh? But we are going to.
Yes, of course, it makes sense. But In accounting, we shall take it offline. I will work with Jacob and see how to.
No, on the accounting side, you guys, you can tell us what to do.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that would be good.
Okay.
But we also want to spend that time on 18th of April to try to talk through this and educate ourselves so that we have a shared understanding of what it is. Paul? Paul wants to complain because he was not taught. You were not taught in law school. Please, let's get them.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jacob, for sharing this information. If I'm not misguided, because I've been listening from the expenditures, the incomes, is it covering, is what you have said covering or taking in part of the projections that you have shared with us? Because yes. So we have not yet reached here. Okay. Okay. I will come to ask then, but for now, I would, as you have said, you noted about the much work that you do, partly because of my personal engagement with the leadership. I take note of it, and I appreciate your selfless efforts towards achieving what we have achieved so far. So my next question will come on this.
Jacob, make sure that that question is answered so that Paul doesn't answer. Okay, over to you, Jacob. Again, you can summarize so that...
we shall start with the sheets that I gave you. We start with the more detailed one, which speaks to the amount of work that needs to be done, some of which has already been done for this calendar year, from January to December. So as I had informed you earlier, on the expenditure side, we are looking at categorizing our expenditures in 6 categories. That is part 1, the mobile secretariat and office operations. Part 2 is the membership growth and member servicing, official governance meetings, like this one we are having. Under there, we also have the EXCOM meetings. Then the business strategy and outreach, where I would have the outreach for OB's businesses, and alumni can come in as sponsors in that area. Then the mobile businesses and knowledge planning, we have the magazine, we have the tech hubs, and then also the body groups under there. Then number 6 is the general administration, the legal aspects and auditing of our financials. Should I go line by line? Okay. So under part 1, I will highlight that the chairman, Mr. Godba, was very generous to give us office space for the last period for free. So in there we are budgeting to be able to at least facilitate or contribute towards that office space. When Mr. Mukaras is there, he uses the sanitary facilities, he takes some teas there, the lighting, even the ground rent, as you may call it. So we need to facilitate some of those expenses. The amount may not be enough, but at least we need to contribute something.
I request that you don't have to go into the explanation. If you can deal with the figures, then if there are questions, they can be asked. So don't take a lot of time.
Okay. So I'll just go to the total figure. of 282,100,000. That is what we anticipate and plan to spend. And then on the less detailed one, it will be financed by our subscription. From the current performance, we are projecting that we'll be able to get 600 OBs pay their subscription. Supposed to be at least 600, but the figure is 1,000. The 70 million is for 1,000. Yeah. And then we shall also get contributions from the special purpose vehicles that will earn us at least 60 million. And then the sale of the branded items will be able to collect for us 20 million. And then the advertising in the magazine, after the costs, we hope to net off at least 10 million. And then from your generosity and donations and grants that we may receive as an association, we hope to get at least 122 million and 100,000. That would be reconciling our proposed expenditures. That is the summary of the proposed budget. My name is CPA Jacob Kabigumira. I'm the finance secretary of the association, and chair, I beg to submit.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jacob. Again, you realize that we don't have comparisons. So we are basically moving from the first principles because we didn't have an annual budget for the association for the previous year. So we are basically starting from the first principles. This is what we are projecting, and our approach is to be driven by what we want to do. Many people who deal with the budgets, they budget for what they have. We are budgeting for what we want to do, and our job is to make sure that we come to you and go to other people and raise the money to be able to do it. Actually, that's why we changed Jacob's job from treasurer and say you are finance secretary. Your job is to look for money. Yeah. So I want to invite each one of you, first of all, to appreciate the budget and appreciate it from the proposals of what we want to do, and then you give us your guidance on how best you think we can mobilize this kind of money. I think for me, my responsibility as your chairman is to guarantee you that whatever money is collected, you can be sure it will be spent properly and probably get optimum value, because that's a commitment that we have as EXCOM. Yeah. So let me just pause there and see if there are any quick comments, and then we try to wind up with our last item. Please come through.
If I hold this, I'm holding two things. I'm holding a work plan and I'm holding a budget at the same time. I don't know the procedures, but are we saying we as AGM need to approve the work plan and therefore build in what we think the EXCOM can do for us? Because there are two statements: what the EXCOM thinks they need to do and achieve, but what also we members' interests are, because the members' interests must also be invested toward the executive, because you're there by our mandate, and therefore you drive our chapter. But I just want to say that. But number two, is it possible that we put ceilings on the budget ceilings? We say administration should never go beyond this, over the total budget. Maybe salaries should not go beyond this percentage. Those are controls in a budget. Sometimes they are helpful. But you know, we are inheriting a system that probably did not have this So we don't have a benchmark for us to refer to and see how to move. But as we move, Chair and members, let's look at trends, how the expenditure is made and in which areas expenses are made, so that we can appropriately allocate funds depending on the pressures on those. But we should be bearing in mind of need to put ceilings. Sometimes it helps. Chair, also allow, if members have over the work plan things they think and the EXCOM can do, you can open a second or so and people make a contribution. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very poor at figures. Having been a literature man, I'm very poor at figures. But my basic understanding of this summary of budget projections January December 2026, I see the projected sources of money and the amount of money projected to be received is exactly equal to the amount that is going to be spent. Now, are we talking of receiving money and spending it and remain with zero balance on our account of the association? I don't know, because I would think that we would be projecting expenditure to be less than the revenue, so that we prepare something for the rainy day. Yeah? Thank you very much. I just want that clarification. Thank you.
I think that's the simpler one. I should answer that. Mukara's answer is the difficult one. Mukara's and Jacob. The simpler one, Patrick, is that I think that I've been told that that's an accounting principle. So I also used to say, but man, you want me to spend everything I have done? I've corrected. So it's an accounting principle. The expenditure, the revenue should be equal. So our efficiency would be determined with if we raised the money that we have projected to raise, and then we come back to you and report that we have actually spent less than what we had planned to spend. Then you would say, these guys, we think they are efficient. So that's basic, it's just a principle. But let me just get Mukara.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I requested that I respond to the issue that Mayanja raised in terms of the money we intend to spend and whether we should have budget ceilings. This is an issue that we have discussed over time because when we came into office, we developed a program of work and action. Whatever we are budgeting for is extrapolated from what you, as the members, agree that we should do. I've had discussions with the chairman about that line of reasoning, and he has convinced me that we can't do it that way because then we'll be working to being small. If we were to budget for what we can raise as MOBA, then we'll be looking at maybe budgeting for 28 million. In a way, it limits our imagination and our ability to mobilize resources. I chose and requested to respond to this because I was seeing the discussion on the group about compensation, about payment, about the money I get paid. It was at the time we had the AGM online on 14th, it was even an issue of debate. Is this money enough? Can we afford it? But I think from where I stand, I choose to support the association because right from the beginning, I realized that this was a constituency, a community that is not properly exploited because it's not well organized. My belief is that there is a lot of potential in this, that if we focus on looking at maybe how much we can pay the CEO, myself, or the committee, we may limit our imagination. Before we know it, we are able to start. We birthed the Chapa Innovations Limited that is promising to be a big thing. We are able to work and submit to UCC that is promising to support us. That's why I think that we should allow ourselves to dream big, because along the way we'll be pushed to look for resources. Even the money we promise to pay people or the things we want to do may not be found, but a lot of work will be done because we agree to the program of work, and if we say that we want to do this, this is the money that is required. So we have to challenge ourselves. If you look at our budget on the revenue side, it's some kind of creative budgeting, because if you're talking about the SPVs, which one now? If you are put to task, we may not be able to really point out. If you are looking at donations and grants from members, we may not be able to do that, but maybe somebody could be out there and appreciate our work and put in money. So at this point in time, I want to request the members to agree and allow us to dream. Like the chairman said, I think the most important thing is to ensure that the money that is collected is put to optimal use and not abused, as we keep on encouraging more people to get on board, because if we had like 1,000 members on board, 70 million would be good enough to enable that we are able to at least cover the secretariat, which has to be the engine of having all this work done. Thank you so much.
Jacob, do you want to add anything? Yeah, so that's I think I can cap it up there, Mayanja, that the work plan, what we've seen is the work plan. First of all, we started with the action notes. Very, very elaborate. So when you find time, you go back and read and you'll see what we agreed to do as an association. So what we have budgeted for are the things that we think we can do over the course of the year. Incidentally, the first version of this budget was presented at our last extraordinary meeting in December, because we needed to have a budget that is approved for us to continue operating. So we had to bring it to this meeting because we have made adjustment based on a number of considerations. So actually, as you said, the purpose of this meeting is now to give it the final approval. Because we had already adopted it, but now the AGM can just endorse this and say this is our operating budget. And basically this budget for us as EXCOM, you are giving us our matching orders to say, okay, you go, raise so much money and do the following things. And then when we come back next year, we tell you, we went and failed, and you guys say you are fired. That's basically what it should be. So that's the idea. And therefore, I want now to, Paul, you want to come in? And you take us towards conclusion, because I'll be asking if there are any objections. You realize we are not voting. Yeah? I always say, where possible, agree on things by consensus, only vote when things are controversial. Yeah. Yes, Paul.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I appreciate the efforts being put forward. My other question that I had posed, the projections vis-a-vis the status that we have as MOBA, it's quite good. I've seen it maybe work for wedding meetings where you do a budget and you must look for money from people. So for us who have chaired meetings of weddings, you have to put the budget a bit up so that you can achieve this and then spend this. But given the status of MOBA and the efforts being put forward in making sure that every member comes on board, such a projection scares the personality of my kind. Because I look at a sustenance of an expenditure of 282 million per year vis-a-vis the special vehicles that you're putting forward to make sure that this is retained vis-a-vis the expenditures. So I'll start with my comment about the projection. It is good, it is inspiring, but I find it that it needs to be given a time forward so that we see, is this money being raised towards, and then we can plan for expenditure. A case in point is the salaries, where we have you, our good leaders. You have sacrificed, you have given it your time. I've met Mr. Mukalas, I think, a number of times. And the expenditure that he puts in, I want to just use as an example. The number of meetings I've held over different things of MOBA. He spends his time, he spends his transport, he spends printing, he spends. I've seen that. But can we say to implement a projection saying it is for 2026 that a meeting shall be held? We can have this to raise the funds. We can have members who are dealing in IT donate laptops. Someone donate a space like you have done generously. So that at a certain time, once we have raised a certain quantum of money, we can sit as a group and say, now we are okaying the spending, than saying today we go in, raise these funds, and start implementing. I'll just pick out a point on executive committee meetings where we have diaspora outreach and engagements. At the baby steps that we are making, having a diaspora outreach and engagements, it might be good, but I think it is an earlier insight on abanyankore kweterana abanyankore turiya twaterana. So the UNA convention, I might not know what happens there, but for the sense and the spirit of MOBA at the earliest baby steps, I think it is a good projection, but it should be given like 5 years or 3 years to achieve the income and plan on how we can implement certain projects. I thank you.
Yeah, let me recognize Richard.
No, thank you very much. I think the challenge to for example, I have traveled to the UNA convention. I have also traveled to mobilize Katibu Lab. So I had to move from the UNA convention. We were in Dallas. I had to go to Washington to mobilize these guys. The guy is the vice president of MasterCard Global. He flew here. We flew them here. We couldn't accommodate them. We could only fly them. I was chairing the Africa Industrialization Week. We were co-hosting it with the AU. So I put them in Munyoyo using that. If you put that money together, we have already spent it actually. It is just that we didn't have the system, because we were setting up. We didn't have the system to capture this in-kind contribution. No, but we have actually spent that money already. So I want to get you not to worry about this. These people to co-opt me, they made me advisor to the executive committee. I can tell you how many coffees we have paid for to meet UCC, to meet Investment Authority, to clear things that in STI. For this 3 billion to be committed, you know, for any government institution to clear 3 billion, 3,000 million, the amount of whatever you put in. So this money actually we have spent quite a bit like this. It's just that the system, mobile was not there. There were no system, so you had nowhere to put a receipt so that it can be captured as expenditures. I want to really assure you that this money can be raised. The magazine we have done, getting 10 million in advertising for Mbarara Highschool magazine, with the people we have as CEOs and CFOs and what, we would raise much more. But we didn't have a magazine to advertise. So I don't want you to worry that we will. The executive committee will be sitting. If it can't raise this money, it can't claim it. It is very simple. The executive committee is saying that we think we have the capacity to raise this money. Commission us to go and raise it. Give us permission to go and do it. We are seeking your permission. We think we are able to do it. And then you know, when we come back with a failure, I am saying we are not part. When we come back with a failure, then you can sanction us. Otherwise, if we limit the ceiling, these guys will go and relax and collect 100 million and relax. They should go and look for 300 million. That is what MOBA is. That's how big MOBA is, in my view.
Thanks, Richard. I'm going to try to avoid us going into too much debate, but by emphasizing Richard's point that when we say diaspora engagements, as an executive, we are saying we have people there in the diaspora. They want to be part of us. They also have money. We've met some of them who are really top-notch tech people who are asking us, but this government of Uganda does not give us platforms on how to support technology training in Uganda. So they are looking at the tech hub initiatives as their opportunity. So we're basically saying no, as an association, we should invest in mobilizing these people. Other groups will say, God but travel to the US and spend this money. They will be looking at the man spent 20 million to go to the US. They will not see what have you gotten with 20 million. Because me, I run an organization that was very successful in fundraising. Some of you know Accord. Yeah? Me, Accord, by the time I left, I was traveling business class. I said, I am tired of traveling economy. And why? Because I would sit in a business class seat. I fly from Entebbe to London. By the time I reach London, I have written a concept note that brings 300,000 US dollars. Now, you paid the ticket of $8,000 to fly business class. Can you compare that with 300,000? So basically, we want to challenge ourselves and say, this is what we want to do. And that's why I said I want us to start from there. This is what we want to do. In our estimation, this is the cost of doing it. And this is how we are going to raise the money. All we need is the the AGM to say, okay, guys, we think this is reasonable because you have the action plans. If basically that's what we're asking.
On procedural ground, procedure, chair procedure.
Yeah?
And I know you're an advocate of democracy.
Yes, procedure.
We need to follow the rightful procedure so that we don't at one time find ourselves in courts of law. Who has moved that we officially receive the work plan and budget, and who has seconded that we anonymously approve it? So those are procedural issues that I want to come and be part of our processes. No one is against that where the EXCOM is looking at. And we are actually thinking, my mind was thinking, how can I be supportive to see the EXCOM reaching the greatest heights? That's what my mind is thinking. I'm not a person who just thinks small, but I also want to say, okay, how high should it be is the question I have in the next 1 year up to December 2026. The purpose for an AGM is actually to facilitate you walk a journey, but it must have to be a journey that both of you have agreed upon. Okay? How high do you jump? The AGM must be part of that. Because if you jumped higher, if you fall down, you may crash. And we are going to say, by procedure, who actually moved this motion, who seconded it? That's where my concern is, but I appreciate the innovation. Thank you.
So my answer, again, these are traditions. You go in a meeting and people say, proposer, seconder. And so what if, because we've said in our MEMAT, we've said decision, to the extent possible, decision making shall be by consensus. So what if we debated and all agreed, everybody has made their contribution and we have agreed? So do we still have a proposer and a seconder? Is it a legal?
Chair, the mistake we are making, you see, in communication, the silence is a big communication. People are communicating. I know we are running short of time, but we should never underestimate silence. Never in our lives, because silence means a lot. People may move out and start talking a lot. We are not part of this. There was no time to debate. In the future, traditional systems and processes must be respected. We are falling from, we are within different age groups and different backgrounds. And for me, that's what I want, and that's the reason I'm saying we do a survey as to why people are not necessarily subscribing. Not that they are against the association, I submit, Chair. I hope my insight, what I'm thinking about is very understood in this meeting. Chair, anonymously, I want to move, let me officially read. And I'm moving a motion, the budget and the proposals and the ideas of the EXCOM are unanimously approved by this AGM of the association. And record and can be referred to.
I second Dr. Mayanja's
Seconded.
proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so you can see Mayanja is going to hold us to these procedures. And he's right, because you see, the worst thing you can get for this meeting is for people to go out and say, by the way, I wanted to say something, but I never had the opportunity. then that becomes negative energy. But just so you know, Mayanja, one of the things that we have also tried to do, and because I need members to know, we've said we also make decisions online. Yeah? So there are some of the documents, when we prepare them, and we say, here is the guidance note for legacy leaders. So we are giving ourselves 1 or 2 weeks for people to make input. And once we don't hear from members, we will assume that we have adopted the document. What we are trying to do, what we've been trying to do, and this is the final comment I'm making as we conclude, is to say, for us, while we need to be democratic, democracy should also not stifle decision making. Because quite often, like meetings have been postponed because there is no quorum. So people can burn their time and come here, and then we don't have a third of the members. Then we all go back home, and we forget about the cost of the people who came. So that's why we are trying to make sure that the rules that we adopt, and we should adopt them unanimously. We say, this rule, can it work for us? Yes. If it doesn't, then we say that one we are not taking. I think that's the point that Mayanja is trying to emphasize. We agree on the rules. Once we agree on them, we follow them. So thank you very much for that. We have the budget adopted. And the last item was on the academic performance of the school. But I wanted to suggest that because we had already put it on the agenda, we said, let's bring it here. I wanted to suggest that since the committee is winding up its work, the committee is supposed to report to the board by 30th of March. That's in 2 days' time. I wanted to request that with your consent, we stay this item so that we wait for the report of the committee, and then we can engage in a discussion. We can even organize a special online session to discuss the issue of performance once we have the report of the committee. I want to put the proposal to you for your guidance and consideration. Yes, Edwin. I was looking at the silence and remembering what Mayanja just had said.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. You see, whereas the idea of waiting for the report from the committee would be good, we need to take note that the committee is not a product of this meeting. The committee is from a separate body, which is the Board of Governors and the rest of it. I think it is important that we allow the AGM to express their views on academic performance. And for us, we are mandated by this, not the other one.
I think that's a good point, Edwin. But I would just put just additional information that the Board of Governors requested the EXCOM to nominate members to the committee, and maybe that's what we should have reported on also. In as much as we had already reported this on the chat rooms, I think for the record we need to report that the committee, the EXCOM sat and nominated Moses Tuhame and Robert Sime to represent us on the committee. It's a Board of Governors committee, It has representation from the Board of Governors, from the OBs, and from the PTA. So that is the committee. Now, because we were requested for the representation, our expectation is that the board will officially communicate to us the report of the committee. Because that's procedurally, that's what our expectation would be. So in other words, we should officially receive the report of the committee. But otherwise, I think as Edwin has said, we can give ourselves some additional 10 minutes and get just any comments and input from the members, because that could also guide on how we respond once we receive the committee from the report from the committee. So let me recognize Paul first.
Thank you so much, Chair. Once again, this is a very vital position. I've always noted, and gladly is that this session is online, that I intend in the next 10 years my son to be at Mbarara High School. And that brings my ultimate effort to see that performance within the next 2-3 years goes back to the level that Mr. Godba said, not for the Western region, but as a country, we get back to the best performers in the country. So Mr. Godba, as the chair, on the performance part, I would want to say or take note as an AGM that the outcry on our platforms was not against the administration of Mbarara High School, but for the best interest of seeing how can we be incorporated, how can our concerns be brought to your notice, how can they be considered to see that performance comes back to the virtuous, once high-held Mbarara High School performance. So, to HM and the administration, to the church that is the founder, to the differences that have already been communicated in different letters, and even to the commendable achievement of considering EXCOM to be part of that committee. It is highly appreciated that we take consideration of what is causing a continuous, it is not a one-time, a continuous downfall in the performance of the school. Through you, Chair, this AGM as having an item on our agenda, performance, before we get the results, we pray that it is taken note of that we are worried as OBs, as parents, because we have members who I've engaged so many, and I've seen people are worried about how can it be sustained. Oh, do I take my child away? If I may not take much of your time, the administration, I would pray that the administration takes note of every effort of the OB towards highlighting anything that can change the performance to be welcomed. To be welcomed, not to be rejected. I take note of Mr. Godba's submission earlier that when they took office, they thought they were not welcome. Today, upon visiting the administration, it was a different picture. So to the same on the academic performance, any keynote aspect that is brought to the attention of the administration, let's not meet rejection. Let's meet acceptance. Lastly, I take note of the results that were recently shared. I understand the sciences and arts, what is going on with the government, how they're encouraging to do sciences. But I saw the arts as a very minimal number compared to our times. The sciences have a big number. Are we having aspects of encouraging students? Yes, the buddy groups are coming. Yes, the mentors have been there. are we getting the ultimate advice to these students? Or they're just encouraged to go do sciences and we end up with bad results? Ekikusembayo. Tushaba chache bechachi. Ishomero libi ishomero. I wanted to bring it to this notice. We think, as concerned OBs, that there is an overlap, an overstretch of the church into the administration of the school. From what we said, social media. Social media brings facts. Once they are not rebutted, as my senior said, silence brings issues. Once we receive silence from the administration and non-clarity of things, the teachers being appointed, the performance of the students being consistent, we are worried and we need it addressed. I so pray and I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
Thank you, Chair.
And we can try to just try as much as possible to be brief where we can.
Yeah,
but please make the call.
I'm called Robertson Kansime, A-level 93-95. Mine, I'll bring out what we were discussing on the chat a few days ago. There was one or two students who have been here recently, 2023, 2024. They brought out some salient issues, especially to do with the teachers who part-time. They were comparing the content they give where they part-time vis-a-vis where they are stationed. And because they are very recent, really we thought that what they were telling us was a reflection of what happens. Someone tells you, a teacher, when he goes to, for example, Citizens High School, the content he gives, when you compare it with what he gives when he's here, there is a very, very big difference. And of course, they were, me, I normally like being straightforward. They were bringing out even our OBs. Henry Tamanya, also, and so, all our OBs, honestly. So, Mr. Headmaster, if you are not aware of that, please try to dig deep. Then finally, if our school performs very well, some of us who are based in Mbarara, it saves us this trouble. Me and Dr. Mayanja normally suffer in Namgongo because our school is not performing. So really, mutuyambe. As parents, we want our school to perform, and of course, as OBs, we will be happy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Robertson. I think there was a hand at the back. I can start with Frank there, and then I come inside.
Thank you so much, our chairperson, and thanks for inviting me to be part of this meeting. This is my first time to come back to Mbarara High School. I was here 1995 to 2000. Those are 6 years. The critical concern now is on performance. And remember, I want us to really give it a great attention because we can only proudly associate with Chapa if we are academic giants. Should we not perform well, we shall even reach an extent to say, where did you start from? He said, first wait, let me come back. That's where we are going. So issues of performance, issues of academic excellence, I propose and request, we might not resolve it here because of time, but we must do some diagnosis. What is not going right? Where is the problem? Is it internal environment? Is it external? Because I'm hearing church involvement. When I was here, those days, 95, 2000, we had church coming in the running of the school. At least I remember that. Mr. Ranjire, you were around, I think, as a teacher. I had never heard about it. And you know, these small things can disorient students. They disorient them to the extent that they lose focus on concentration now to what is happening around our environment. So my proposal, if we allow out of this meeting, we set up a committee which can work with the board of governors or stakeholders. We critically diagnose where is the problem. Otherwise, if we don't, few years to come, then we shall lose our pride outside there. We shall not really be associating with this school. So the head teacher, your team, I'm sure you know better where things are not moving on well. Let's be open. And as OBs, we are stakeholders. No one can kick us out. We are stakeholders of this school. We can't be kicked out easily. That one, you must get it. So let's study it. Because this is the beginning of the year. By third term, we must have a trajectory. Where do we want to be? By the other results when they are coming out. Because now the ones of last year are out. These 3 terms that are going to come in, first term, second term, third term, what is not right? Can we sort it now in the first term? Second term we assess. Third term we wait for good results. I submit.
Thank you very much, GP. My biggest point is that our school needs an open heart surgery. Open heart. Even if we give resolutions, even if we set targets, if we do not reach the point that is causing this, we are just planting on dry land. And people are talking about the church and they are washing it off. Because if it is the founding body, I said earlier that if we do not get results.
Robert, maybe it is okay also to be very clear that when people talk about the church, they are talking about the bishop. Is it something more than the bishop? Because let's be very straightforward.
Let me submit.
Okay. All right.
In 2008-7, when we made a strike, it was my first time to see Bishop Chamugambi in the school. And he had come to chase us. So, if the bishop does not distance and he delegates and demand results, then we are bound for failure. We need to be very critically clear on what we want. Because, like I have said earlier, he is all over the place. He needs to be managed in a good way. In a good way. And from the HR perspective, to make a system, you need to break one. We are just making renovations on already what we have, and we are not looking at. There is something, Mr. Ham. If I pity you at one point. At one point, I'm like, this man is going to get hypertension. Because, let me beg to submit, but the issue of the bishop needs to be handled critically.
But I think so we don't lose Peter's point. Me, I was here 1988, 1990. I assume Bishop Chamugambi was still bored. Yeah? No, we didn't go on strike in our year. But I think the point Peter is making that you can be chair board, you do the board matters, but then there are other entities that are also doing their work. I think that's the point he's trying to highlight here. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Emmanuel Nomwesugwa, and I was here between 2009 and 2014. I had constrained myself from talking about this issue not until we received the report from the fact-finding committee.
Now I'm beginning to see the people that Mayanja was talking about who are going to talk outside. Yeah, but that's on the later, not Emma.
But my issue is one. I would like to know, I think the administration is going to have an opportunity to respond. Maybe for them, what do they have to say? Where is the problem? Because according to our chat rooms, and why normally people go band with the bishop, he normally picks out petty issues in discipline, and very recent he talked about people going out to support their football team. These are the people who passed after going through all this. Even our year, I cannot say that we were so much disciplined, but results have to be results. As I was coming in, I met a certain lady. I'm recently married, and she called me out, "Hey, Mugore." Then we exchanged a little bit of pleasantries. I told her where I was going. She said, "Mutiyambe, mutiyambe, mutiyambe." So parents that are outside there and ask the OBs, Nitushasha, administration, unfortunately you didn't get an opportunity to teach me, but you taught my mother. Please, mutiyambe.
Okay, let me first exhaust this side. Patrick, you want to come in, and then Edwin, and then I get back to Dr. Wanje.
I'm at the risk of repeating what others have said, but I will just comment on three things. I've been receiving information from various quarters, OBs, parents, and students. Now, there is one contentious issue is about the raw grade admissions, and this one the headmaster will respond to it. There is information that there are a lot of students who get admitted here with very low grades at various levels, P7 especially. Now, I know that the situation in which we live is not cast in stone. I know there can be some adjustments. Maybe a board member or an influential OB, maybe the cutoff was 6 points, but his son got 8. At least, okay, but those should be exceptions. Those cannot be. Yes. Yeah, those should be exceptions. I know they can be there and they exist everywhere. But then, once they reach here, whether they came with outside the cutoff points, when they reach here, they should be subjected to the same tough standard, so that they either cope and move up with others, or they don't cope and they are advised to try their talent elsewhere. That's how we can improve. I'm assuming that information is correct. 2, discipline. We have talked a lot about discipline, but I talked to some people and some people. I don't want to mention the categories, but Mr. Headmaster, I have received information, and this one, I'm not saying I have received evidence. I have received information, so you can use your network to verify that. Whereas the administration puts some network or some system in dormitories to check indiscipline or cases of bullying. I don't want to call it teasing, because teasing is not violent, but bullying is violent. Now, I've received information that bullying at night still happens in the school, that there is a gang of students who wear hoods at night. They infiltrate the dormitories, they beat up these young students, and they issue an ultimatum. Should you leak that information, they will come for you again at night. So there is that silence. You talk, you are finished. So you need to do that. And they even extort money from fellow students. That is the information I received. Church interference. This is the last one now. Yes, church interference. I have also heard this, but I don't have evidence. But if it is true that the church is interfering with the school, it is a huge problem. A huge problem. Because the reason me, I'm an OB, I'm both an OB and a parent. That's why I delayed to come here, because I was in the parents' meeting down there. The reason I brought my child here is because I was looking for a standard and a future for my child. Those
who are interfering with the school by bringing low grades. Even tomorrow when this school declines, they will be the first people to take away their children because the reason for bringing them no longer exists. So let's look out for that. Let me not spend a lot of time. Then people want to contribute. Thank you very much.
Bring this procedure matter. The appointing authority of the committee is not this AGM. So they don't report to us. They only requested representation. I don't want people to start thinking that heaven will come on earth. The only thing you need to request the executive to do is, and I'm not going to say Mr. Ham, because Mr. Ham is maybe an ex-official or a member of the board, is the relationship between our chair, EXCOM here, and the board should be in a manner that we get the full report, not a sensitized one. Because they don't report to us. Whether people are bringing their issues, and this was for purposes of detonating the bomb, so that we go outside in happy moods and have a good dinner. They report, they don't report to us. We are only requesting and making an appeal to the chair of the EXCOM. Kindly use your connections, your good relationship, so that we get the report as it is, not a sensitized one. Because there will be things may be reported there, and they may want to report things which are not necessarily the root cause issues. That's just a procedural issue I want the members to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start from where Patrick ended, where he was saying he hears rumors that the church interferes with administration. And I think we have glaring evidence because the person in the name of the bishop has always now and again come out to be the one to answer questions that would be hitherto answered by the CEO of the school. And to me, my brother Ham, to me, that one puts me off. Because the bishop, in line of hierarchy of administration of the school, he's far, far away that he shouldn't be the one to give us the details. And I'm being sincere. Where someone comes up and we are talking, for him he should be somewhere there receiving information and calling you in circle. What is this that I'm hearing? Now, when he comes out to defend, to give us graphs, and to give information that is distorting, hurts us the more. You tell us here that discipline is under control. The boss in quote says one of the causes of poor performance is indiscipline. I fail to understand who to believe. And it becomes worse when the CEO in the names of harm keeps quiet, as if he's saying that is the truth. In short, my brother Ham, the bishop is seriously undermining you when you are seeing. But by the way, he is your enemy. And I'm being sincere. He's your enemy because when he says you give a report, he writes as the head of the foundation body. The causes of indiscipline are students go to support youth football. Students are indisciplined and others. I know my brother's hands are tied. Do I oppose the bishop who is the head of the foundation body? What do I do? And then there, those of us who read in between the two, what do we sense? That Ham's hands are tied, and therefore everything that goes on, probably he is not in control. That's what I wanted to clarify.
can we get student number of the students when they came in? What were their aggregates as they came in? What is their aggregate now? And then we compare. Because it is true, I know the pressure we get. I was a secondary school administrator. We get pressure also for people to admit in and the rest of it. But I also know that in a big school like this one, some admissions can be done, especially where you allocate, you delegate some of your powers people to admit, and then someone goes ahead and they admit behind your back. I give this example, and I'm giving it in good faith. In good faith, so that we know what is happening, and maybe how in your free time you go and investigate it. I would not even give names, but there is a time I approached you, and I said, I have this case, I think it was 13 aggregate, and when you answered, I understood as a colleague at that level. I cannot pressurize my brother since this is the child. I told the parent who had brought that child. He laughed at me. He's a businessman here in town. He said, Edwin, you are joking. I know how my child will go there. The child is in senior 4. I will not mention the name, I hope. I hope you don't be victimized. I hope you don't still remember. What does that indicate? If something like that happens, it means I'm not blaming him. This is a big school where you delegate and there are things going on. But I say, and him and I are in this, we are teachers of literature. You remember what I said during OB's whatever ordeal. How are you sure that someone is not doing it on your behalf?
Okay.
And that's where I'm worried. That
Okay.
probably
Yeah.
behind our back, there are some people who are doing it on your behalf, and it is destroying you. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Edwin. James, do you want to come in very briefly? And then we can get Dr. Ranger and see if we can, yes, then we conclude.
I will not talk much about, but what I see also is I concur with what others have said, because I also glaringly see. And on the other part, with Mr. Ham, I sympathize with the headmaster, Mr. Ham. I sympathize with him because I see him devoted, and he has been here. The time he was here before, the school was performing well, but in the few years, and that's what actually what point to the bishop's undue interference. I think in the later times, the bishop has crept in, and it is affecting us. But now again, finally, we are pointing to the disease. What can we do to cure the disease? Because if there is that interference by the bishop, what can we do? Maybe I'm going far, but that is what politically should be of essence.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Ranjere.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair and members, without data, you are a speculator. We are speculating, we don't have any data regarding the gaps in performance. You are telling us that there is a committee in place by the board. I stay in Mbarara, I live in Mbarara, I'm an educationist, and I get more information about Mbarara High School as and when I need it. But that committee has never approached me. Therefore, even the board itself needs to be re-examined. Are they in the interest of Mbarara High School? Who is examining our board? What are they doing? Mr. Members, I propose and move that we form a committee ourselves as OBs. And that committee does not need even be physical, to work physically. We can generate a Google form, or various Google forms. We are here as OBs, we have heard. But have we heard from the students? Have we heard from various parents? We haven't. If we had even suggested some time back on our platform, let's have people develop a Google form. We test it and see if it is going to capture all that we need. Then we run it. By a week, would now be having what? Some information. And then from our committee, now, when the committee of the board comes up with their report, we also have ours. And then we're able what? To compare and be able to get areas that we can improve on, because our target is continuous improvement. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. Before I bring the colleague here, let me first get the colleague at the back so that we end with you.
Good afternoon, OBs. I'm Sigiri Adonia. I was here in 2019 as a head prefect then, and today I'm a lawyer. Work with the RETI project of Bishop Stewart University. Now the issue of performance, I happen to be one of the mechanical OBs, I think, then, who questioned, we had a big debate that was there, the recruitment of students here, which was a very, very big debate, and I think it was checked in from that point, but I think it is still continuing. But still, I relate Mbarara High School's performance today with the Manchester United we have. That you will chase every manager you will bring, but the problem will not end. That you will even reach at a point of bringing in every best player, those that may be, but still the performance will not change. That means that there is a heart problem within the team, or within the system.
The heart, Adonia.
I beg your pardon?
You said that means there is what?
There is a heart problem.
A heart.
A heart problem.
Okay.
And me, I want us to look at, we are going to look at every aspect. But I question us still accepting that the culture that was then there, that can still be applied with a 13-year kid in senior one, and you think that someone who had 18 years then in senior one can still behave like that kid today in senior one. That means that if the culture was applicable then, it is likely to bring issues today because they don't have self-control, and so the teachers who are in the system accepting to be, when you're saying performance must change, but are things physically changing here on ground? Minus that, you will keep the Manchester United of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Adonia. Thank you, Adonia. Okay. Yeah, so let's get the last hand here. Okay, we're going to have problems with time, so let's get the mic there and then, so let's keep people postponing. Huh? Who has the mic?
Joran is my name. OB 2011, 2012. I was here for A level. I have two issues. One is on academic performance, basing on admitting students below the required marks or points. I myself am a victim. I joined here from +2 high school with 29 aggregates. But what made me survive was the pass mark from senior 5 to senior 6. You have to put yourself on pressure to know what brought you here. Most OBs who came back for A level, they had performed even below, they had below 15 aggregates, but they were cut off. They never joined senior 6 from here. But as the school, you need to set pass mark. As you are joining from this level to this level, you should set pass marks. Then the issue of Bishop relying on this too much leisure. Me, I attended SOS. I never missed any soccer. We once crossed to River Rees to go and support our team in Nyamitanga after police blocking us from Red Corner. But we could go there, support our team, then come back and go to the books. But that issue of too much leisure, There can't be an issue. As the school, maybe you go back to the drawing board and set the pass marks. That's how the students themselves will have the morale for the books and know why they were admitted here. But that issue of that they were admitted below the pass mark, me, I can't take it as an issue because I survived it.
Thank you. Thank you, Gerard. Let's get the mic here. Can we get the mic here, please?
Yeah, I have it.
Just go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Get that mic, sir, to Juliet.
Thank you so much, Chair and team. My name is Philemon Warenga. I was here in 2001 to 2004. So I represent that cohort. I saw my colleague around, Joseph. My questions, they are like two. This point, Chair, needed a great deal of time because most of us is what we had actually come for. So my concern number one on Mitre. When I left here for senior 5 somewhere else, when a student would bully, you would not even notice that they had been expelled. After like 2 weeks, you would ask, where is this colleague? By the time you find out the guy is already gone, you would not know when he was expelled, when he left the school. The intelligence was so high that even the guy would be expelled when the rest of us would be in class. You would notice that after 2 weeks, that the guy is no longer with you. So I don't know why we can't adopt that. Secondly, on performance, when we are out there, because we interact with parents, my kids are still small, so they have not yet joined. But from the information we get, someone will clearly tell you that the teachers, I think they don't have morale because they receive low pay. I don't know where that one is coming from. I don't know why our school has adopted teachers whom they are giving small salaries to the extent of moving in every school to do what? To do part-time. Because when I was here, I never saw any teacher move around to leave us, to move away. All our teachers were here, and I am happy to see, like the likes of Mr. George, that they are still around. I always ask myself why this school never transfers teachers, because 20 years ago, same teachers who taught us, some of them are still here. So why are you bringing in teachers whom you want to monopolize and pay according to how you want them to be paid? That's the reason why they don't have time for these kids. Another thing, my last point, one of the parents, he has a child at our other school across Ndare. But when he was interacting with some students here about the teaching culture they are receiving, some students tell you our teachers are not serious. They don't give us time. These are students who are here. I don't know where that one is coming from. Why are they speaking that point that the teachers are not serious? I submit.
Juliet, then we wind up. Juliet Mukaras, and then we wind up.
Thank you, Chair. For those who weren't around from the start, my name is Juliet Chindia Hamtuma.
Which years were you at Mbarara Highschool?
I was at Mary Hill High School 2012 to 2017, and I was in Mbarara High School in Scripture Union reunions 2015 and 17, and then some coaching around. So just like that, I'm an OG, probably the first OG maybe. I want to first appreciate you all for the love for the school, You people love Chapa, but I think I love Chapa more than some of you. And I want to say, sparing your time, as an individual, I appreciate it. You have talked about so much. Now, me, I will not talk about the issues in the school because I really don't know many. But I want us to now go back to what exactly are we going to do. And that's why I thought I could share something with you. Firstly, when the head teacher was talking, he said they have introduced mentorship. That's something we need to credit and look at from now onwards. For the OBs who have here kids and for those who have, brothers and so on, follow up to know, is it true? And are these teachers doing exactly that? Because it will help. Number two, the time we're in the orientation meeting, I remember Mukala has talked about something called, when we're talking about birthday groups, he said some parents are also not doing what they are supposed to do. And I want to tell you, it is something that contributes to performance. I am fully aware some OBs of Mbarara High School only show their report in senior one first term. Thereafter, they never show a report, they never show a fee structure. The parent pays what they are supposed to pay, what they are told to pay, and they receive or they perceive the information about results as they are told. So I think while we hold these meetings with parents, we also need to encourage them to really take part in the education system of their children. We had that at Maryhill. Our parents were always like to be part of our education. And I think it is very helpful. So we can adopt that and it will help, because it seems most parents, both mothers and fathers, do not care so much about boys. Their VDs, when they come, some boys actually just call, my brothers are doing it, and I feel mad. They call my dad and say, it's okay. But when he comes, he's supposed to look at how dressed you are, how you appear in school, whether you're always there and all that. So we can look at talking to parents about it. Then someone talked about teachers' comparisons. I want to be open. When I was in Maryhill, we had some teachers that were doing part-timing. They used to teach us in prep. Now, when I came for coaching, I was doing coaching here for physics and mathematics. I got to meet some of the OBs. They used to tell me they would meet my papers because I used to write my name. And then one of the teachers who was doing part-timing used to speak my name a lot in their class. One, because Chindia Hamutuma. Number two, because in that particular subject, I used to be one of the best students in Maryhill. So he used to bring my papers, mark them within class, and then he would undermine them. So they kind of lost interest in that subject because they felt like girls were beating them. You understand? So I think on part of teachers, please also encourage them to use the right language for students, because one word can take someone off. Then the other thing is about garbage in. Okay. About garbage in and garbage, out. I think if it happens in this school, try as much as possible. Some people will be very stubborn. They will come in, but minimize them as much as you can.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
DM?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I just wanted to make a submission because a lot has been shared, but I felt a discussion about this without my comment may make people think that I'm a coward. They may think that I'm a keyboard warrior. But I won't repeat what has been said because I've had engagements. I think I had the privilege to meet Headmaster Ham just 2 weeks back or thereabout, and we talked. I've also had the privilege of seeing the bishop submit. And for me, the only issue I want to really request all of us is to first of all appreciate that our academic standards as a school is not what it should be. Because an appreciation of that will now enable us to get on the table to look for solutions. Once we don't agree that it's bad, then we are also wasting time trying to propose what should improve. How do you discuss with somebody who thinks that the performance is okay? I agree that there could have been improvement because if you may allow me, I could share. Because when I met with the headmaster, he told me that we're actually being, no, it's okay, it's okay. Because once we don't open up, we may not really find a problem. And he felt we are being unfair to him because according to his assessment, the school is actually on an upward trajectory. It's improving. The statistics are showing that actually there is an improvement. And I wanted to really request him that for us where we stand, it doesn't matter whether there is an improvement. The current threshold does not allow us to even appreciate that improvement. There must be a minimum threshold below which, even when you are improving, we shall not appreciate. And for me, that's where we should start from. It's true that you could be making progress, but let's start from an appreciation that where we are is not where we should be. Then we can get on the table. And then, of course, last time many people have talked about this. Whatever we share, some of us who are a bit bold and risky, is not personal, because I also realize that there are some elements of individualization of this, personalization of this. There's labeling. By the end of the day, those who speak out are interested in the good of this school, and perhaps whatever comes out of this, like Paul said, I have a son that I would want to bring to Mbarara High School. I must admit that the discipline stories I hear and the academic performance have not yet allowed me to make that decision. I would want my son to come here and study from here, but can we make it a place where we all feel proud? And lastly, as a point of strengthening this association, Mr. Headmaster, and I think Afande Frank talked about it, for as long as this school is not achieving academically, even us as the association struggle to attract membership. That's one of the reasons you may not see many people here. Because if people are at the verge of not associating with the school, how do you tell them to come to the association? What is in it for them? Imagine if we had like 50 slots like other schools where people have to come and request us to talk to the headmaster so that they can have their sons admitted. Maybe we could see a competition to belong to the association. So for us, for as long as the school is not achieving academically, we are affected in more than one way, and it's important that we work together, make it work and happen. Thank you.
Thanks, DM, for those important comments. Just very quickly, at the risk of violating procedure, I want to suggest, and I've already talked to the headmaster, that we cancel out the birthday group's launch so that we can create time for that, because we've really overstretched our time. I hope that is agreeable to everybody. Yeah? So that means we leave. If there is still lunch, we can have our lunch, and then we go and top up at dinner. Hey, the lunch is here. Yeah, which is fine. But secondly, I want to recognize our committee members, the members who are on the committee, the board committee. That's Mr. Moses, Dr. Moses Tuhame, and Robert Tusime. They actually have been listening to the comments. So I am hoping that these sentiments are going to be reflected in the report. But when I say reflected, please don't take with me that I've said they are going to be written there, because reports do not provide sentiments. Yeah. So I want to thank again on behalf of the members, on behalf of the AGM, thank Robert and Moses for really committing, and I think that's what people are saying, that when you consider the amount of time and the resources they have invested to be able to come and participate, really that's something incredible. I think I'm also advised that our board chairman the Board of Governors chair has also been listening in from online. So we are communicating the right audience. But let me just, before I invite Ham to conclude, just to say that for us as the EXCOM, we normally have our own tug of war within the EXCOM in terms of how do we approach this. Because there is the Robadoba style. There is the Robadoba style that we can employ. But there is also the one of making sure that everything is systematic. So while we basically value all the conversations like we've had here, but also in the chat room, they have informed the kinds of things that we are planning to do and follow up. As I mentioned earlier, we've said there are 4 entities that must make a school succeed. And we saw it happen in Budo. King's College Budo almost went through the same challenge. And the OBs came in and supported all the institutions to be there. So in other words, the OBs, as Frank and everybody else said, I mean, my happiness to associate with Mbarara Highschool is the performance. If you cannot perform, by the way, nanes grades were garbage in, garbage out, ninjitina, wokuba, katahum and garbage. Mbarara Highschool. Kataham. I've shared with the chairman board of governors, nkatahamunyi no mwenda gukuba. Hey, I say it because for me it's also a miracle on how you do these things. Nkatahamunyi no mwenda gukubara. We had the late Kamujisha who was a mathematician, top notch. Actually, Mbarara High School yon, Mbarara yon. Na shab economics yazi nyum. I wanted to do hair. And when I reported, na kwati economics na zonjera subjects zanje. Na kwara hair stroke geography. Because I can't be a geography. But Ham can go in the record. I think I made sure that in this school, from the time we started, nobody bet me in economics up to the end. Yeah? So you check 1990, I believe that in 1990, the only A that was in economics was my A. Yeah? So the point I'm trying to make is to say that a school adds value to a person. Your job is to make sure that this person gets out. So as long as you admit the person, even if the person is at 30 points, our job is to make sure that these guys, we have the mechanism to get the best out of this student. So let's really take that approach to say we are a school. Our business is to make sure that we produce the best performing kids in this country, and that's non-negotiable. So we do what it takes to achieve it. I have discussed with. We've had several meetings with the chairman board, and I think that's for me. That's why I want to give you the confidence that one, the chairman board is fully on board in terms we have to do things to change the trajectory of the school. That's important. The OBs, we are there, we are saying it had to change. The last person I talked to was the chairman of the PTA. He says we cannot continue with this school. It has to change. Now Ham is here telling us and say we have to proceed. I think the challenge I want to give to you, Ham, as our head teacher, is that I normally tell the chairman of the board that say the headmaster is the CEO of the school. The company succeeds because of the CEO. It's not even because of the board. The board's job is to fire you when you fail to succeed. That's the job of the board. When you fail to succeed, the board fires you. So my view is that actually, and we are waiting for the report of the committee. I think that the report of the committee will not be complete until the board, the OBs, the board, and the PTA and HAM, we have agreed on the performance targets of how we are going to achieve this. Because I think we have agreed with the board chair, we agreed that another year of not good performance, and I think as Mka said, we are not talking of progress. Another year of not good performance can sink us as a school because of of the PR that we've had. Yeah, God forbid that we can be able to do this. I've also shared with the chair board and said, between him and I, the only legacy we can leave in this school now that we are the leaders is to get Mbarara High School at the top. We can build buildings, we can build the tech hubs, we can do what? If the school cannot go to the top, none of that is going to be visible. Yeah? So I want to give you assurance, members, that in the background, we as EXCOM, we are going to be working with Ham and his team and with the Board of Governors and the PTA. We are still trying to understand the PTA, by the way, because when the results came out, the people you don't hear are the PTA. And yet they are the ones who should be at the front line. So we are still trying to understand how the PTA operates. But otherwise, I want to give you assurance that as the EXCOM, you have a fighting force in us. We only need your support. And we have said we are going to support the school in whatever way possible. You know that you have allies on the EXCOM, as long as we agree that these are the things that need to be done to make sure that by the end of this year we are delivering. Let me end by recognizing, as I said, our board chair has been listening to us, and he has just sent us a message. I appreciate the OB's candid discussions and pledge to continue leading Mbarara High School to greater heights. This is not negotiable, Professor Wazeyo. So we are all aligned. We are all aligned on what we need to do from this committee report. And maybe I should end with that the report is important because, as Dr. Wanjere says, it gives us the evidence. Yeah? If we don't get the evidence from the report, we'll probably say, you committee members, you've not done your job. Because we need the evidence of these stories that we keep on hearing. Are they founded on evidence or not? And the committee report should be able to give us that. And that's what we've been discussing with the board chair and the rest of the committee. And I think let's focus on how we move from here to be able to move forward. So let me invite Ham to give us some brief remarks and probably close as we close the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's wonderful and worth it. Sitting for long is also a little unhealthy. Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief as you advised because we can't stretch members even in the heat of a critical point because some of the issues actually may need time to internalize more and think about as they may be coming up. However, I want to, Mr. Chairman, reassure you that after all this and a shocking kind of experience, nobody can remain the same unless they are dead, Mr. Chairman. I want to assure you that I called a meeting on 16th after the results were released on 13th, but teachers generated a lot of ideas like you would think they were a brand new stock. Mr. Chairman, of course the head teacher, the Nyeneka among the Banyankore does even what he has not caused, he has to clear. But I want to assure you that I'm with you. And as teachers, naturally we don't get easily annoyed. You can get disturbed a little. But let me tell you the secret that hits us most. When you are in your staff room or office or bedroom, and they tell you a student has got a serious problem, maybe has been hurt by another, or maybe there is a riot, you cannot sleep. And when we are dealing with that every day, day in, day out, and then you get a shocking result, which can be explained by many factors, by the way. I personally don't like shifting or placing the blame on point B. I start with myself. And that means I can change and cause others to change. And I have been encouraging teachers to adopt that attitude. Otherwise, you don't improve. That is being complacent. I have done everything, then I don't know what is happening, you know. And in your view, even that committee you are talking about of EXCOM, leave alone the board one where you are represented. You are free to have it. It can take even a month or 2 or 3. It can do its own investigation because it will eventually contribute towards the improvement. Allow me briefly not to respond to each in particular because I've been advised that I would take another time or more than you have spent raising the issues. But that is not to say I'm ignoring any. I'm actually giving it respect, and we have documented and recorded. And with time we shall even give you written explanation. And even before you leave, there are documents you will carry so that you share at will and leisure. Mr. Chairman, there are issues I would raise. Low performance of teachers. I will start from the end. And teachers not being serious. The student who said this feared over, they would at him. But the alternative should be true. That maybe the student on his part was not serious. That one, I may not have much to elaborate. Adonia is one of the most recent knows. And low pay to teachers, I don't agree. Comparatively, Saturday of last week, Mary was in a meeting. I don't know if you have parents of Mary. I'm a parent. They were trying to raise money in a meeting to bridge the gap to come to our standard for arts teachers. I don't want to go into details. And maybe off record, there is a kind of triangle sharing we have, including sharing and exchanging teachers when they are due for transfer. Those are details of bilateral and something, the relationships we bear. But we don't even discuss some of they call them classified matters. Some are for the generals, and we don't even bring them to the teachers. But they see moving. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of that triangular unity, I may not diverge more than that. But we are working on mindset change of the students, and I'm happy, as I said earlier, last night they were giving me some excerpts of what they discussed. They are working on mindset, because we must agree that there is some level of non-compliance and laziness which we have already battled into. And as I speak now, when students said, instead of coming to assembly senior 4, spare us, they are writing a mathematics paper now. This has not been in place until the 16th of March when results came to the 13th of, I think, Feb, when the results came and were not good. Briefly, statistics speak otherwise. I think General Mukarazi here said something to that effect. When we came in here, there was some result in 2017. I was here deputy. It was the highest of that time, 89% Division 1. The explanation when you go to the papers are not good, but the trend was 48% before and 42% after 2019. Coming in 2020, we rose to 60%. We were juggling with a number of issues. A number of issues the academic committee the other committee may tell you. Bringing up discipline, that was our time. You were a head boy, you know what you went through. You could not have allowed the teasing. We were together, but we had a very hostile community of students. And the following year, we staggered at 59.4%. I have shared these things online. You will be free to share them. The following year, before we came into the new curriculum, we went to 69.1%. The overall assessment that the trend has been downwards every time is statistically incorrect. The rise, the graph has not been shooting, and the sharp rise like is noted in 2017 is also cosmetic, I know, but I'm not here to diverge. But we have been rising. Only this year, senior 4 brought us a little down. The factors may include students' issues, but those ones may not help so much when I go into them. And when you interact with them, they will tell you exactly what on their part they saw. But I don't want to be a bad nyeneka to go into blaming them and so on. I sent Mr. Kanyageru to get us some statistics, but we are not going to have them here. He will share them with you. You go home with them. I was checking in my data on the senior 6 over the years, the last 8 or so, briefly. The only challenge we admit, Mr. Chairman, is that we have been overtaken or beaten by our equals, or our would-be equals anyway. That is where the challenge is, and we cannot remain contented. So we assure you that we are putting already measures in place. Let me assure you that something is coming. CEO not answering. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I think the other lady is still around, yes, for grammar. I wrote some statement. But let me assure you, Mr. Chairman, if I were to respond to every response, every comment, I would both be diverted and emotionally boxed. I want to be sincere. So what I do is I prepare, write something impersonal, official, and clear, level-headed, with a calm tone. And later, when things come up, I even get advice from some of you members that you have said something. Leave the rest to members. Because if you go to respond to every individual bit, it can also lead you somewhere. Remember, I should do more of working than talking. I am sorry there might be 100 people commenting, but here we have work also. So we shall continue to engage you. Some of the issues, when the chairman says, please give me a statement, I give him and I say, please share it. I have shared some through you. That is how we do it. Say something formal and let people power out their feelings and criticisms and comments. And I read and take a note. As for the bishop answering, I think when you are concerned, he also gets concerned because he's on your platform. Then he gathers his own data and tries to speak, but I don't say speak for me, and he doesn't tell me keep quiet, It is rather members that would advise like that. So I am sorry that he speaks, but he speaks with facts also. That is one thing we need to know, because he gathers from us and from elsewhere. He's a man who seems to have commitment to statistics. I would encourage Mr. Chairman that going forward, you may not be contented with the committee that the board put in place and incorporated some of you. Please feel free to have your own. As I said, it can take even the whole year monitoring. As long as it is updating you, we are open to scrutiny, please. Only maybe I would put a kind of advice that the comments we publish sometimes damage. It can be a double-edged sword. It can damage also on the side of the institution. One time I met, I think it was Dr. Tuhame. I said, even when you want to dismiss a CEO, you can do it discreetly without alarming the public. In all the maturity, by the way, even the human resource, once you have a husband and every rate is I'm sacking you, I'm beating you, I'm imprisoning you, I'm killing you, the result might not be what you need. Naturally, in human resource management, you know better perhaps. So when we are dealing with these teachers, we say, this is serious, you must wake up. Work, targets are these. If you don't do this, we do this. But if every morning it is that talk, some people can have something which is not very right. But social media is okay. Unfortunately, most of our teachers are not there. And they are working seriously. For us, we say, please work harder, because what happened should never happen again. And this is where we are going. Then, teachers how to teach better. I think the ingredient here should be clear. There is a certain level of appetite and respect to teachers a certain person may have, a child may have in another school than here. And we have, for over the years, Mr. Butamanya knows, been scaling down part-timing significantly. How do we do it? We have a pulling effect, and we also have a discouraging effect. One, we make sure these people are paid whenever they do overtime work here at night. And then they find that what they can earn by working here extra is more than they can ever get. There are many factors I'm going to share. There are more than 2 pages. The board has even approved that. But what the committee was supposed to do was to find out why senior 4 results were possibly bad for long-term factors and short-term factors. But as for solutions going forward, that is where we are. And maybe without going so much into detail, and according to the time issue, I will end with bullying and so on. But members take note that the points the staff have already agreed on as the new strategies are already being implemented. And one cardinal strategy is training every department on how to score, that is marking, and how to set. As I speak, over 7 subjects, we shall also give you the updates with evidence. Over 7 subjects have got training, including ICT that was done yesterday. So we are training. An examiner comes and sits with our staff in the department. After training them, they set an exam. After the exam, they mark, and then they come and train the students. So that by the end of term 1, every student knows what is expected of them by UNEP. We used to do this facilitation in term 2, term 3, when they would have no chance to display the implementation of what they have grasped. But now we have also pulled it closer, and we are doing that. Discipline, as I said, I made a comment on discipline. Even tomorrow, bad boys will be born. But the fact that they remain here and the situation is more alarming than before, I really do not agree. Only that it's your choice to believe who or what. A student will tell you, we are suffering. But if you give yourselves time and analyze, the situation has by and large changed. I remember one member among us who had raised the concern, my son is suffering. I said, try to find out now. The fellow who had been harassing him had been expelled. And the boy was giving new testimony. But sometimes the old bad story may even outlive its own time and exist and haunt you for some time. Pass mark is now 60. A student who misbehaves is sent away immediately. The other story of, we had a point in the 2010s and so on, when a student would be sent and the following day, a whole class would gang around the headmaster's residence and say, bring him back. But that time is gone. A phone, one is found with a phone, he is sent away, and it's clear, and students will see it. We have a changed community of students. Let people believe that or not, but we are not yet to the climax, because I am sure even the child being born today, some are born devilish and some are born good. But for us, when you come and we spot you, we shall not have mercy on you, including the children related to our own teachers. There is then the element of money to come in. I have sent the DOS to bring the printouts which we shared with the other committee. You will have them of the intake score and the leaving score. You will see we are adding very more than those schools that can, and we are not taking in quotes, garbage. We are not for that. You will see the records. You might have an 8, a 9, a 10, yes, but that can even beat a 4 depending on circumstances. The dynamics of admissions are not a matter of a red line. They are a matter of quality first and then improving whatever you have taken in. But honestly, we don't receive failures at senior 5 and at senior 1. The arts class dwindling, I think it's the policy that comes from above that is key. And we have embarked on sensitizing students and giving them morale. Even in their studies, they come at one point and tell you, do we have a future? Because of the political talk. It's unfortunate. And we have told them how lawyers can earn a lot more than any engineer or something. We know that. And we tell them, so you will come, in your birthday groups, you will motivate and inspire them. But what happens? Every parent with a student who has A's and B's will tell you, I need science. And when they have the scores, you have no right to force a student to do arts because you want to balance the class. In fact, we are lucky this time we got some reasonable number of arts, and so discipline, we are sure. A boy who even intimidates others, a boy here came from Mushanga and joined A level. After 1 year, now in senior 6, he starts terrorizing that when I came last year, some boys who were in senior 4 disturbed me. Every obi of Mbarara High School, I will make sure they don't sleep. And that alone can go ringing to the whole world. But when the students had a meeting with the head boy, they brought out their name, they investigated. The following morning, we packed that boy, just who was spreading terrorist talk. I remember, I said, how do you come 1 year from Mushanga and you terrorize boys who have been here for years? But it was happening. What happens here is that we are monitoring every time. And, Chairman, we get reliable reports. Students are more communicative now because they fear less of those who intimidate them. But what we do when we are exiting a student, we do reasonable counseling. If you just send out, you can also get that kind of backlash and it can hit you. But we cancel them. Those we expelled in the first week, we refunded the fees. But after some time, of course, the policy doesn't allow that you eat man and yet have it as that you exit. Mr. Chairman, there is a lot. We shall continue interacting. When you go out, please interact. And above all, let's be friendly because it is the approach that will work. But we get targets at the end of it all, and when we are to move, people can be moved in a smart way. That's what other institutions do. Even a teacher you want to throw out, you don't come, swear, and the following morning you carry him. You just go smart and manage your exit or the exit of a person without causing alarm to the public and so on. That one is part of the administration and the management, and you know it well. But we are not about to say our lieutenants must perish. We are only saying, can we maximize their potential and we get the best? But should we see there is no progress, I'm here, they are here, we are at we shall accept your opinion. So every other matter we shall also investigate. Whatever news you have told us, we have some of it here, strange, and we are going to make sure we investigate. But you don't relax and be complacent about what we have said. Wait and see what we do, step by step, because waiting for the end of the year can be unpleasantly surprising. Let us start to monitor ourselves. For us, we have a mechanism. We shall share with you what the board has agreed on. You will keep checking. It's a checklist kind of. We shall be moving together. And things may work out better because some of the strategies, students have already embraced them. And they are aware, even the students are aware that things were not right. But that was senior 4. For senior 6, I'll also give you the results I think I've shared. You'll find that that has been the trend, but we need to jump a lot higher and dominate our neighbors, those that should be equals. Otherwise, we are benchmarking a lot. Thank you very much. We can talk forever. Excuse me for spending your time. You are always welcome. After here, Mr. Chairman, bring your team to lunch. Then the rest we shall keep in touch. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Ham. Those are some reassuring comments and feedback. I think as you settle down, I just wanted to point out like 3 things that you want to pay attention, because sometimes they bring inconsistency. So alarm to the public because someone has been fired. I think from the OB's side, the most alarming is when the students fail. I'm sure they can absorb the alarm because someone has been fired. Yes, I think so. Yeah. Then number 2, the talk. I think number 2 is the points, especially I think it's is it S6 where we had even someone I think with like 4 points. It's always like someone who has been here for 2 years. It can happen. Yeah. They are always outliers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But the one on discipline is basically, I think, where you see the inconsistencies, how you explain the way discipline has improved And then when the results come, then someone is explaining and say, people are failing maybe because of discipline. So you get inconsistencies, and then it's like, okay, so which one is which? Yeah. And then finally, I think that members, for us as, and this is speaking really as your chairman, I doubt that. I think we don't need a separate committee. The Moses Tuhame Committee, that's the subcommittee on school governance and performance, which is chaired by Moses Tuhame. And Edwin and James, they are members of the committee. Their job is to almost on a full-time basis help us to how do we support the school and the students to be able to do better. Yeah? Who? Who has credibility? No, you are also part of it. You have to say we. Not you are confusing me because you are part of the committee. You say we have credibility and we have confidence. No, the point I want to emphasize is that that committee's job is to make sure that on a continuous basis, it is following up on what's happening, it is engaging the school, it is feeding us as EXCOM to say what do we need to do. Yeah, so we don't need a separate committee to do that. Yeah, it's a continuous piece of work. So even from the report, they are the ones going to be able to tell us what we need to do. So on this note, members, I think we've really, I want to apologize on behalf of the committee that we probably underestimated the volume of business. We wanted to make sure that we can manage all this in within one day. But I think it was important that we extend this to be able to conclude this discussion and everybody have their say. And we definitely we've had you, we've had a lot of inputs from you to be able to continue with the business of the EXCOM. I just want to very quickly reflect with you on the key takeaways from this meeting. There? Oh, they can be shared online. Okay, then that's fine. Yeah, because it's yeah. Okay, so I can ask someone to prepare this and we share them online. But essentially, I was capturing what I thought were the takeaways from the meeting, so that so we'll share these ones because they will be like the main conclusions of the meeting. And what that means is that in the case there are any conclusion that we have misstated or they are not stated with precision, then we can discuss them and make sure that we have them agreed as the final decisions of the meeting. But otherwise, I want to thank the colleagues on the EXCOM for the amount of work they put in to be able to get this meeting to this point. I want to thank our service providers. I think this is one of the few meetings where you don't have problems with the online, with the streaming function. In most cases, you have things breaking down, but I think our online audience has been there. And therefore, I want to thank our online audience for staying with us and being part of the conversation. But for many of you who are members of the, who came physically, I think we take that, we value that, and we are going to find ways. I think Dr. Mayanja mentioned how do we make sure that we get people more involved. We are hoping that at the next meeting we should have again more than 100 people seated here physically discussing. So the school has organized for us lunch. We want to thank you, Ham, and your team for that hospitality. And from here, we will be proceeding to dinner at 7 p.m. at Las Vegas. So make sure that you determine how the balance the equation on how you eat between now and then. But we want to see you at dinner. A lot of programs still continuing at dinner, so please don't miss being there. Let's be there and be able to receive our guests who are coming, whom are invited. So we look forward to seeing you at dinner. Please Let me close here. Thank you very much for your patience. Yes. I'm told we can organize, have a group photo. So the qualification for lunch is to have the group photo. So if we can very quickly come here, and the cameraman, please come and organize your people, because normally that's where we waste a lot of time. Yeah. Let's organize here quickly, and we had an opening prayer. Yeah? I mean, we had a prayer. Yeah? Yeah? Canon, you pray, but we had planned one prayer, but since